All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are right after the break, and a huge shout out to Haldale Group for powering this event. Before we begin the panel, I would like to invite Mr. Duminda Amaratunga, Chairman, Sri Lanka Association of Airline Representatives, to introduce the panel topic. The panel topic will be Commercial Aviation and Airline Strategies. Mr. Duminda, over to you.
Distinguished guests, panelists, and aviation professionals, good afternoon. It is a pleasure and an honor to speak to you at this important session at the Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025, where we come together at a crucial moment, a moment when the aviation landscape across Asia is transforming rapidly, and where Sri Lanka stands poised at the threshold of a new era in air connectivity and regional influence. Today's panel discussion on commercial aviation and airline strategies is not just a conversation about routes, fleets, or infrastructure. It's a strategic dialogue about how Sri Lanka can elevate its role as a vital aviation hub, economic enabler, and connector between Asia's fastest growing markets. Let me briefly frame our discussion by touching few critical areas shaping the future of our aviation sector. Sri Lanka as a regional hub. Geographically, Sri Lanka holds a unique position right at the crossroads between South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. But geography alone doesn't build a hub. It takes vision, investment, and execution. We have an opportunity to position BIA and other strategic airports not just as transit points, but as connectivity platforms. To be competitive, we must offer seamless interconnectivity, high service standards, and a reliable aviation ecosystem. Already, Colombo is increasingly being seen as a logical alternative to more congested hubs in the region. But to take the next step, we need to move from opportunity to strategy. Airline network development and strategic partnerships. Airline network strategy today is no longer just about point-to-point routes. It's about integrated partnerships, joint ventures, and alliances. For Sri Lanka, this means firming relationships with regional giants, carriers from India, China, the Gulf, and Southeast Asia, while also enabling new entrants to see Colombo as a regional base. Whether through code-sharing agreements, coordinated schedules, or interline partnerships, Sri Lanka can offer value as planned transit point between India, Asian, or between China and Africa. Sri Lankan Airlines, as our national carrier, has a major role to play. But we must also encourage open skies partnerships and liberal air service agreements that attract more traffic and more players into our market. Aviation aligned with tourism growth. Let's not forget over 2 million tourists visited Sri Lanka last year, and Asia is now our fastest growing source market. With the rising of middle class in India, China, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam, we are seeing a new profile of traveler, young, tech-savvy, experience-driven, and increasingly flying. To capture this opportunity, our aviation strategy must mirror our tourism vision. That means aligning route development with destination promotion and matching air access with seasonal travel trends and events. We need to ensure that every new flight into Sri Lanka is not just a connection, but an invitation to explore. Policy and infrastructure support for growth. Strategy cannot succeed without supportive policy and enabling infrastructure. This is where government and private sector collaboration becomes essential. We must build an aviation policy framework that is predictable, investor-friendly, and competitive. Incentives to attract new carriers, faster regulatory approvals, and transparent slot allocation process will all matter in a highly contested region. On infrastructure, expanding capacity at BIA, completing upgrades at Mattala, and integrating our domestic airports into the international network will be key. And of course, digital transformation from smart passenger processing to real-time data sharing must be accelerated. Innovative strategies to stay competitive. The Asian aviation market is deeply competitive with new low-cost carriers, aggressive full-service airlines, and tech-driven travel models entering the fray. Sri Lanka must embrace innovation as a strategy, not just as a slogan. This could mean enabling multi-airport strategies, creating aerocities around major airports, integrating rail air connectivity, and promoting digital air services like dynamic pricing, e-visa integration, and mobile-first travel planning. We must also rethink cargo strategy, especially air freight corridors that can support e-commerce trade between India and Asia through Colombo. The winners in Asia will be those who adapt fastest, but not just those who invest the most. The next generation and diversity in aviation. Lastly, no strategy is complete without investing in people. As we modernize and grow, we must empower a new generation of aviation professionals such as pilots, engineers, data scientists, marketers, and various operation executives who reflect the diversity and energy of Asia. More women in leadership, more young innovators in cockpit and cabin, and a more inclusive aviation industry overall, that must be our goal. Sri Lanka can lead the way by making aviation career of choice, supported by world-class training, scholarships, and partnerships with leading aviation academies across Asia. In closing, the question before us is very simple. Can Sri Lanka rise to meet the moment in Asia's aviation future? I believe we can. But it will require coordinated effort from government, industry, airlines, airports, and investors to turn natural advantages into sustainable strengths. Let today's discussion be a substance. Let it spark new ideas, new partnerships, and new directions for commercial aviation strategy in Sri Lanka and beyond. The sky is not the limit. It's just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duminda. Welcome back to the session. Sri Lanka Aviation Forum and Mr. Ishara Gunawardana is ready to continue with the panel discussion. Mr. Ishara, over to you.
Test on. It's working, okay. Good afternoon, I'm back. All right, for the second forum, also the second panel, again I'm going to moderate. This is the most important panel discussion about the airline operation and its strategies for future. I'm not telling that others are not important, but the topic is very important. This is commercial aviation and airline strategies. Now in this forum, in this panel, we are going to talk about the strategies of airline after this pandemic situation, and also we are focusing on development, operational efficiency, and Sri Lanka's roles in connecting South Asia with the broad aviation market. So in the morning we discussed about the policy-wise decisions and how we can how we can develop this industry. Now we are going to talk about, within this panel discussion, strategic or the commercial aviation and airline strategies. For this, and also I must thank Aviation Voice again for organizing this special event for everyone. This is the first time ever, the Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025. So let me to introduce my panelists today. First, Dr. Namali Sirisoma, Senior Lecturer, General Research of Kothallala Defence University and former CASL. She worked with us for a long time. That's okay, technical issues. And next, Mr. Indunil Vichekon, Regional Manager for Sri Lanka and Indian Ocean, Sri Lankan Airlines. And then Mr. Shaminda Fernando, Chief Executive Officer, McCare. And also another gentleman. I got this information from Theo. There's a guy from my MRO, and I couldn't read this. Kule Air. What does that mean? Because it is not family in aviation, because we have that aviation, this aviation, but no local names. But in this particular organization, it calls Kule Air. Then this person, this gentleman, Iroshan Kulatunga. So you know the relationship now. You can understand. Kulatunga and Kulea. It is fully local. Let me introduce. All right. In the morning, we had very fruitful discussion on different subjects. And today, now in this session, we are going to talk about another different, very important and very interesting subject. As I did in the morning, we have two sessions, two rounds. In the first round, I will give them 4 questions, and then I'll come back to you. The audience, you can ask, I will give you 2 questions again, 2 opportunities, because we are running out of time. And then we can move again to the panel discussion. And after that, at the end, again, you will have another 2 opportunities to ask questions from this panel. All right. Now, first, let me turn to you, Dr. Namali. I know her for a long time because she worked with the Civil Aviation Authority also. And also now she is sending students to us to train. So we have very good connection. Now, Dr. Sirisoma, successful aviation hubs require strategic thinking that combines academic insights with practical regulatory experience. We know now, before this discussion, we discussed with Shaminda and all, we have a very big vacuum in these students and their attitudes, new employees and their attitudes. So we need to fill this gap. So from your unique perspective, how should Sri Lanka strengthen its role as a regional hub connecting South Asia and Asia, and what airline network development strategies would be most effective?
Yeah. Thank you, Shara. Thank you, Dave, for inviting me for this session. And it's really admiring that you have invited academia also into this forum, because we need a lot of interactions and collaborations with the industry when we go ahead, and especially when we do research and development. Answering to your question, yes. So it's very important to develop Sri Lanka as a regional hub, or we have to see where we are, our potentials. We know that even in the morning, DG said, so from the 2018 IQ audit, we have been selected, or we are in 6th place. Actually, in 2010, we were in the 4th place in the region. So now we can see some people have overtaken us and they have taken some implementations or actions to make their sky safe. However, we are safe. And also Sri Lanka is very important. Now, world has been identified Sri Lanka, especially because of our skills. So we have a lot of skilled labor. If I give you one example, Sri Lanka is manufacturing all the sensors for all the Japanese vehicles. So you have so many sensors in your vehicles, so those are being manufactured in Sri Lanka. And all the seamless garments are done in Sri Lanka because we have that skill. So in the aviation sector also, if we take our stuff, if we see our people, how they behave, so we can see there are a lot of skilled people, and that is why they are being accepted internationally as well. It's very easy for them to secure their jobs internationally. Now we have a target, or we have a challenge to develop Sri Lankan aviation industry, where we have a lot of issues. One is the financial constraints, where we are not a rich country, and our financial models are like changing. A lot of political interventions are happening. So therefore, we have to really understand where we are in the region. So if we take our main airports in the Asia-Pacific region, where they have very high demand. For example, Beijing can handle 95.8 million passengers, where Dubai can handle 92 million passengers, or even if we take Singapore, like 67 million, etc., where we can't even think of reaching to that level at present. So identifying that, we should have to understand where we should go for next 5 years or next 25 years. Now, in the morning, DGCA said ICAO has predicted that the demand will be 3 times by 2050. So are we ready to accept that? Because in the region, we have a lot of competitors. India is catching the aviation industry because they are going to be the 3rd highest supplier in the region. And China has a lot of involvements and their new plans because they want to be the most powerful aviation industry operator by 2050. So if you take some of the developments happening now, for example, Swarnabhumi is doing some involvements or some developments to increase their capacity to 80 million. Malaysia is working on so that they want to increase their capacity to 150 million passengers by 2030. Manila is expanding, Vietnam is expanding, Singapore is expanding, and you can see all these, the numbers are above 100 million. We are working on our terminal. With the Terminal 2, we want to expand now another 9 million passengers. So, so how are we going to face this challenge? So how are we going to overcome the challenges and attract more people? Of course, there's a good demand in the region. And another thing we have to understand is because of this geopolitical situation in the world now, it's risky to predict for 25 years. So the market is so volatile. International trade has become so volatile. We saw what happened in this new taxation, introduction of new taxes by Trump. So entire world got shocked, and now they started thinking in new market clusters. One example is I found one in last week. Now Singapore, UAE, New Zealand are joining as co-founding members to Morocco, Rwanda, Malaysia, Uruguay, Costa Rica, Panama, Paraguay, and Norway as a new market cluster. So when we have a challenge, so then you start thinking different, you look for new opportunities. So we need to look for new opportunities. Of course, we have a second airport in Mattala now. In the morning, there was a big, argument or some comments on Mattala. I was there at Engineering Civil Aviation Authority when Mattala was done. I was there from It's from the very beginning to opening of the airport. In terms of construction quality, that is one of the best airports in the region because we have assured quality of construction above 95% in all the construction aspects. No one can challenge on that. The problem is now just showing a runway or an airport, airlines will not come. We didn't have a hospital. We didn't have enough hotel rooms. We didn't have transport. We didn't have people to work. Right? It was some dead airport, of course, with a lot of wildlife around, thousands of birds were around. So then how can you expect airlines to come and start businesses? So then with the government change, the next government started storing paddy in that airport without understanding the value of that infrastructure. So we should have a solid plan for Mattala. So how we are going to do the same thing happened with the Hambantota port. So it became a white elephant. So everybody said, we are not going to make any businesses from Hambantota port. If you go there today, so that has become one of the best multi-purpose port and award-winning port for Ro-Ro operations. So if they can develop businesses, of course, Mattala also can, but we have to have a proper, solid master plan and business plan to develop it.
Yeah, that is very correct. Actually, as you said, Mattala Airport is a very good resource for us. But unfortunately, I mean, there are a lot of reasons, which, as I said in the morning, we can't control some reasons. But anyway, it's a very good resource. Now, recently I went through Hong Kong master plan, Hong Kong Airport master plan. Now, they started planning in 2009, and for they expected 97 million passengers in 2030. Last year, 2024, they handled about 51.7 passengers. So see how they have planned. Likewise, now Singapore, they have, as you said, Singapore, always they are expanding their facilities, and now they are looking for a fifth
terminal
runway,
yes.
if I am correct. So it is actually something to think. Anyway, with this type of forum discussions and all, we can stimulate relevant parties to look on this, isn't it? All right. Next, I would like to talk to you, Indunil. Now, Asia represents one of the fastest growing aviation market globally, we know. Now, the biggest contribution is from China. Now, they are building airports. They are making aircraft. So that is also new development. So with this increasing connectivity demands between South Asia and the broader Asian region, then they have developed a broader aviation region. And also the Asian region, ASEAN region, is also a booming area, a booming region in terms of aviation. They have a lot of activities in this region. Now my question is to you, Mr. Indunil, how is Sri Lankan Airlines developing its airline network and partnerships with major Asian carriers to strengthen the regional connectivity?
Yeah, thank you, Shara, for the question. And first of all, I must give my due share of thanks to Aviation Voice to coming forward and organizing this. I think many of the people that I see here are from the industry, but I'm meeting for the first time, so thank you for that. I hope it'll be the start and we'll continue. Coming to the question, so basically, Sri Lankan Airlines, our objectives are very aligned to the country's objective, obviously, because country we have a mandate to bring in 5 million tourists by 2030, and then this year we have a target of 2.5 million, I think, for the country. So in effect, Sri Lankan Airlines is a national carrier of the country, so we are poised to deliver at least a greater percentage of it. So when it comes to development of the network, our core indicator or our objective is to basically match that, so with the tourism as one objective. Secondarily, we also look at how are we going to connect locals, Sri Lankans, traveling overseas in terms of whatever the these things that whatever the purposes that they usually travel to. Now, if I throw in the numbers, I saw a lot of numbers coming in out, and then ICAO projected about 3%, threefold increase by 2050, or 44% growth. And then the IATA projections, if you look at 2014, 2024, there's about 14% increment of revenue passengers, and 2025 we are seeing about 9% improvement. So I think that ICAO projection for 2050 is quite feasible. So in terms of how are we leveraging ourselves to get there, of course we have to always keep in mind that we have a supply chain issue, because the aircraft are very difficult to be sourced. It's a very, very big issue that most of the airlines are facing, and us being probably one of the smallest airlines in the entire region of this thing. So this is one of the big issues that we have. So how do we come about doing this? Is basically leverage all our partnership opportunities. One World is one, and currently we have about 17 codeshare agreements, and out of that, six of these codeshare agreements are with Asian carriers, starting from Malaysian, Cathay Pacific being One World, and Japan Airlines. Korean Air recently signed, Air Asia coming on. We had Jetstar, but of course they are no more with us. So basically, so that's the kind of a focus that we get. And also, if you look at our total frequencies that we fly for a year, 70% of our capacity is actually deployed in the Asian markets. Okay. So that's the whole grunt of our this thing. So and then we are quite successfully doing it, and we can pull a little bit more only if we had some more aircraft in our hands. We are eager to go and participate in China, which we postponed for next year. We are looking to expand our services to Australia when the time comes. We need to get into Korea and expand it more. There are a few more locations in India we're looking at. So these are our wish list, actually, if you ask me personally. But so for the stopgap with the aircraft shortage and all this, so we are looking to partner with this with our other airlines in the region. Currently, we are in talk with Vietnam Airlines, Saudi Air. Well, of course, not in Asia, but from Europe, we are in discussion with German Rail to establish that network from there as well.
Okay, that's actually for the business. The aircraft is the most important thing, which is not available.
Yeah.
So, and also the codeshare, the solution for this scarcity is codeshare was such a partnership with other airlines, and also you can expand your network, and you can operate. I mean, you can do your business into every nook and corner in the world. With this One World, you have expanded up to 1,000 destinations, if I'm correct.
Yes, of course, yes. I forgot to mention that.
That's actually a good thing.
Definitely.
So anyway, we need to face this.
Absolutely.
And then that is about national carrier. And there's a representation from other carriers, foreign carriers, Mr. Shaminda Fernando. Now, as a general sales agent, you are playing a very crucial role in connecting international airlines with local markets. I know that as a GSA, you all are facing different issues, but still you are representing a very good part of this industry. And now, this is my question for you. Now, as a leading GSA representing multiple international airlines, what trends are you observing in airline representation in the Sri Lanka market?
Thanks, Ishara. First of all, I would like to thank Dave and the team for organizing such event. And getting back to the question, Ishara, so let me start it this way. So currently, we've seen an influx of tourism coming into the country. And as of August, we have about 630 plus frequencies for a week, including the national carrier, and 33 international airlines operating to Sri Lanka. So if you compare with the pre-COVID, the number of airlines, there had been about 54 foreign airlines operating into Sri Lanka. So in terms of the foreign airlines, we are not there. But in terms of the tourism numbers, we have reached the pre-COVID levels. And in terms of the GSAs, so if you take 10 years back or pre-COVID, GSAs used to represent both passenger and cargo, both one GSAs. But the trend now is passenger GSAs are different, cargo GSAs. So for the same airline, they have two GSAs. Yeah. So as at now, we have about 50 plus GSAs, cargo and passenger. So the trend has changed over the years.
For about 30 airlines.
Yes. Lesser airlines, but high number
more
of
GSAs. That's a trend.
Yes.
Okay.
So in terms of GSA representations also, it has become very tough. So especially after COVID, airlines are very concerned about their cost of sale. So trying to manage the cost of sale, first thing that they do is they try and squeeze the GSA commission, right? And also the other thing is they are heavily invested on digital and want to promote their digital platform. So they are tying up with the OTAs and they are promoting their own channel. So that means for the travel agents as well as the GSAs are affected in terms of their earnings. Also, what we have seen in the past is, some airlines, they don't have GSAs, they don't have even their ticket officers in a particular country. They have only one salesperson and betting on that.
No office, but
no office, one person or two people, no ticket office, but they are having the global call center and doing their sales. And what we have seen in the US, it's a different strategy. So the US carriers, what they do is they have these marketing agreements and the code share agreements. So they don't have a representation or a GSA or a sales office, nothing on a particular country, but they get the stronger airline to sell that, and then they do a revenue sharing. So for a GSA, the biggest cost is the staff cost. And after the financial crisis, GSAs are finding it difficult to get the quality people at the right price. There's a brain drain. So for GSAs, with this remuneration, functioning has become very tough. But food for thought for the GSAs, my senior colleagues are here. How do we relook at our businesses? Right? How do we add value? We have to think, how can we do better? If, say, for example, airline wants to operate direct, what can the GSA do better than the airline at a lesser cost and add value? I think that is something that we need to think about in the future, and that's the trend that I have seen pre-COVID and now.
Yeah, actually, each and everyone needs to maximize their profit. So when they are maximizing their profit, they introduce a lot of different strategies. Now these airlines, they do different strategies, and also, on the other hand, GSAs also has to face that, and you all need to have a different strategy or different something to face the situation. New innovation is a must, definitely. All right, we'll see in future. Sometimes there will not be GSAs, only representation of small one or two people, or otherwise there will be another new product, maybe, we don't know. So next I would like to move on to you, Hiroshan. Actually, very attractive you are this thing, and you as well. All right, now the international airlines, I don't know, this question is much familiar to you, or I think you can answer this. Now, international airlines evaluate multiple factors when considering new destinations, from market potential to operation feasibility and government support. All are very important. Now, from an international carrier's perspective, I don't know, this is very relevant to you. Anyway, you accepted this question. So what makes Sri Lanka an attractive destination for route development? I don't know, this is... as a person who is in the industry, I think you can answer this.
Right. Thanks, Ishar, for the question, and Aiboan, everyone. And also, Dev, thank you very much once again for having this organized. So I come from a specialized aviation services background, namely seaplanes. So I'm going to answer the question, obviously, on the seaplane aspect of it. So I'm going to put two statistics into play. Number one is the seaplane industry around the world is a $1.2 billion industry, as it stands right now, growing at a 10.8% of a growth rate annually. projected until 2030. Now keep that aside. And there's another piece of very interesting statistic that a country that has tourism and infrastructure with seaplanes, every dollar of revenue that brings into tourism is complemented by another 0.82 cents. In other words, we call this an economic multiplier, where if commercial aviation is something, you can use seaplanes to multiply it by a 1.82% of a multiplier. Now, me projecting those statistics won't do anything if I weren't to provide you any evidence. And I'm going to take you to southeast of Sri Lanka, where the famous island nation Maldives. 1,200 islands, 26 atolls, the country literally is brought together by seaplanes. They have more than 80 resort destinations, and Trans-Maldivian Airways, as we speak right now, is the largest seaplane operator in the world, operating 67 twin-otter aircraft and operating for more than 80 resort destinations. Now, Maldives back in the 90s went to a luxury tourism model where one island, one resort concept. Now, imagine that if you have one island and one resort, there needs to be some sort of infrastructure in place where a passenger landing at Welana International Airport, which is the Malé International Airport, to be transferred into the said resort within at least an hour or so. If not, it doesn't fall within the definition of luxury tourism. Now remember, the multiplier I spoke to you about, 1.82. A country which boasts what, a 28% of GDP from tourism, if you kind of reverse engineer it, 6% of it comes down to seaplane transfers. Sri Lankan Airlines obviously carries 20 to 25% of the main load of the Maldives tourists, and 60% of them are transferred using seaplanes. I'm sorry to say, if the seaplanes did not exist, perhaps the loads would be much lesser. Yeah. So again, I use the word economic multiplier. Now, I'll leave Maldives aside for a minute and let's go up north to India. Has anybody heard about Operation Udaan, brought in by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's in office right now, back in 2016? And the concept was basically to connect India from north to south and from east to west using aviation. In other words, the simplest concept was make aviation available for the common man. Now, the challenge is connecting the southern islands of Minicoy and northeastern islands and also the Andaman Islands. You might have heard this through a term called Akhand Bharat. They were trying to connect it through aviation. Now, the last piece of the puzzle was how to connect those islands, and obviously, I've given you the answer already, seaplanes. That's the reason why India is going to be the next largest market who are going to be having seaplanes to utilize as their domestic aviation structure, I would say, or infrastructure. Now, I'm going to bring a little bit of more statistics here. If you take the Maldives, in the Maldives, an average tourist spends 7 days or 7.7 days and around $350 per night. In Sri Lanka, the statistic is average person spends 9 nights and they spend $181. So let's plug in that 1.82 factor, and we are pretty much at Maldives because you're looking at a country who brings in 2 million tourists a year, and Sri Lanka is pretty much the same. Now, Cinnamon Air in Sri Lanka has done great in that aspect. What Cinnamon Air did was they brought Sri Lanka to the next level. Any passenger who lands in Colombo can now reach within the country within 45 minutes. Can you imagine that? You land in Colombo, you go to the tea country, you go to the picturesque beaches in the East Coast, Jeff Night maybe. Now we are talking about luxury tourism. My argument here is quite simple. If we are talking about luxury tourism and we are talking about expected, 30 million passengers coming with BIS Terminal 2, there needs to be a transportation network within the country which connects the country within 45 minutes at least, as small as it is. Yes, the highways are there. We have our own political views on it, but it has made the island so close. And now imagine introducing seaplanes or domestic planes that will connect the country more further. So I think my point is very clear. If we are thinking about luxury tourism, we need to make sure that seaplanes are in here, to the point where in the Maldives, seaplanes define the brand of a resort. In other words, a resort has its own plane, and that will define their luxury brand by themselves. So, Ishara, I think I made my point. Over to you.
Yeah, actually, for the route development, it is very important to think differently, and also we have to give a very good product for tourists. You are very correct. Now, I mean, let's say a tourist coming from Europe, and if he's ended up at the BIA, so that is no use. So we need to connect our hill country, maybe beaches, or maybe jungles, wildlife, everything we need to connect. So for this, we need to develop a route from Europe to maybe to Yala, maybe to eastern side beaches. So
I'm going to
likewise.
interrupt you right there, sorry for a minute. So Sri Lankan already has the model where the code share is with Sri Lankan Airlines. For example, you can book a ticket from London Heathrow directly to Batiklo,
Yes.
and the
with
seaplane
cinnamon,
would
yeah.
connect it. The efficiency of that does have problems, but I think it comes with more competition with more operators.
Yeah, we need more, but
Exactly, exactly. Sorry to
we
interrupt
need
you,
more.
but I thought that was
Yes.
important.
No, that is very correct. So anyway, we need more. So that's the end of this first round, and now let me to give you a chance, two chances actually, for your questions. You can ask any question from this panel. If our staff can make ready the mic. Two opportunities. No questions. Panel is lucky, it seems. Is it? All right. No questions. Anyway, we'll give you another chance at the end. We'll have another round of questions, I mean, from your side. So now we'll start our round two. Again, I'm coming to you, Dr. Namali. Now, you said the success stories like Singapore, Dubai, Doha demonstrate that strategic planning and execution can transform aviation landscape within decades. So you also mentioned in your speech, your answer that we need to have a good master plan, good strategy, and to have a good development and finally a result. So what policy and infrastructure support should Sri Lanka provide to attract more Asian carriers and align with growing tourism demand from Asia? This is my question.
Yes. I will answer that question based on some of the discussions took place in the morning. So our chief guest said he wants to double the number of tourists within next 5 years.
Yes.
Does TG know that he has a plan like that? Does Sri Lankan Airlines know that he has a plan like that? That's the question. Does the airport knows that they are going to have another 2.5 million passengers in next 5 years? So we don't have a national aviation strategic plan. We have a policy. Aviation policy has been drafted in 2016. Now, the procedure is you have to draft the policy and then prepare a strategic plan, national strategic plan for 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years. If you want, you can go for 25 years, but in terms of businesses, I don't think the same business will survive for 25 years, but infrastructure, yes. Now, I'm not talking about the airport master plan. So that is their master plan only for the airport. Now, if you take Tourism Development Authority master, the policy, it doesn't talk anything on aviation-related businesses. So they are talking about only number of heads, how to develop hotels, new destinations, etc. If you read the aviation policy published in 2016, there are 24 areas addressed in like the international connections, then domestic aviation, water aerodromes, etc. But it doesn't talk about air ambulances or medical services, etc., where we can further develop. And then when you say this, the strategic plan, so it should be done by all the stakeholders. So we have to get together. Somebody should take the leadership. Now that is how Maldives has developed their the domestic or seaplane system. It's a government strategic plan. It's not individual silos that they are working on. So when India introduces its the logistics policy in 2022, they integrated 5 line ministries: railway, road, aviation, then customs and finance ministry. So they know that what is happening. There's a cross communication all the time. So we have different plans. Then the respective stakeholders don't know what is going on. There's no proper financial model. If you want to say develop or increase the number of tourists by another 100%, so then we need more hotels. So what is our the financial model? Are we going to provide services through the government, or whether we are going to have public-private partnerships? So there should be some business models. This is lacking in all the areas in Sri Lanka. So we have to work on that. So you all have to get together and then come up with one Sri Lankan dream strategic plan where you want to achieve in another 5 years, 10 years and 15 years. Otherwise, so we will face the same issues throughout.
Yeah, in simple, if I summarize what you said, now all these stakeholders must sit together and discuss and come to an agreement. Okay, we'll do this. Tourism will promote this destination, and we'll build hotels and all. You bring passengers or tourists to country, they can ask from airlines, and as I said, they can sit and discuss and come to an agreement.
There should be somebody to monitor the progress. Otherwise, it will not happen. Otherwise, it will be another discussion. DGCA can take the leadership if he is willing to.
Yeah, not only from DGC, actually it should be a ministry level one, if I am correct, because
Ministry cannot implement. That's the issue. They can prepare the plan, but when it comes to implementation, somebody should take the leadership.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a very valid point, actually. So then the second question to you, Indranil. Now that the Asian aviation market is very competitive. There are a lot of competitors now. Indigo is one of the biggest competitor for you because they are expanding day by day, and also there are a lot of other airlines from India and also from other countries in the Asian region. This is South Asia, but from other Asian countries also there are a lot of competition for you all. Now this is my question now. What initiative strategies is Sri Lankan Airlines implementing to stay competitive in the Asian aviation market while aligned with Sri Lanka's growing tourism demand?
Thanks, Shara. So basically, we are as an airline to outside world, we do compete with all these the agencies that airlines we listed, and we have to always. We keep ourselves, we strive to differentiate our product, as we all know, and then there are so many accolades that we have won in the company itself, so that the service levels of the airline, how it had basically perceived by the customers who patronize Sri Lankan Airlines and any other airlines that you could think of. Now, apart from that, there is also competition where neighboring countries in Asia, like Thailand, Malaysia, even China for that matter, Japan. So, Japan perhaps is a wrong example, but so they drive tourism as well, though they want to attract more tourism. They are basically gone visa on arrivals and then easing of applying for visas, and all these things are in this thing. So, although locally our outlook is a little different, but basically when we represent Sri Lanka outside Sri Lanka, basically there's a lot more that we have to do. Not only attracting Sri Lankan person to Sri Lankan Airlines, but how do we basically attract a person or from other competing countries to Sri Lanka? So that's the part that we like to play in actually. So we have to basically stay very competitive. Our product has to be, offering has to be as equal or give a better than them. So this is the kind of this thing. So basically, what we do is we closely work with all the industry players in whatever the country that we represent. In fact, we have about 44 countries that we have a direct representation around the world. So their total task is to basically engage with the tour operators, do contracting with them, and keep expanding those markets in whatever the individual country that they work in. So that's a basically goal. So in the head office, what they do is they basically keep on bringing the goals and trying to make it this thing. There are other aspects to it as well. We look at whatever the digitization is one of the areas that we are looking at. In Sri Lanka perspective, I think we are a little behind in that, so we have taken a lot of leadership in that role as well. As in the case that he brought up before, and in terms of London to particular, how can you issue a ticket with not 2 tickets but 1 ticket? So that's a collaboration that we have done. We always keep innovating. We have to, because we compete with the major giants in the world. So this is what we bring to the table. So we are also expanding ourselves to innovatively think of how best we can distribute our products. Now, currently, there are legacy systems that we have used in the past, and then we are bringing in new methodologies in the spectrum of the digitization. So these are also new for us. Our policies within the company need to change. So those are all have been, evolving topics that we discuss how to bring in these changes in.
You mentioned that digitalization is very important. Actually, it's very important because it's cost effective, and also it's the demand now.
Absolutely.
The younger generation, they are very keen on this digitalization. Using a smartphone, they need to do everything. So not like our ages. All right. Now the strong connectivity with key markets like Middle East and Asia, and also India. India is growing very rapidly. So this is very important for Sri Lanka's economic growth. So this is my question to you, Shaminda. Now, how do GSA services contribute to strengthening Sri Lanka's connectivity with these important Middle East, Asian, and Indian markets? So you have a lot of airlines from these markets.
GSAs for airlines to operate in Sri Lanka for their sustained business. GSAs does a lot because they help the airline with the market knowledge, and they help the airline to create new markets, getting regulatory approvals. Apart from that, GSAs act as a mini ambassador between the airline, their network, and other countries. So for the route development, GSAs does a lot. Getting the DMCs connected with the tourist boats, not to Sri Lanka, but other, because for airline to operate, you need both ways. Not only the Sri Lanka traveling out of it, but for incoming traffic as well. So GSAs does a lot in connecting those networks and bringing passengers. Apart from that, GSAs, what we do is we identify airlines which has potential to Sri Lanka and where there are people coming in, and we do market reports to show the potential of Sri Lanka and the tourism and what traffic that they can attract from Sri Lanka. So that way we help new airlines to come into the country. So currently we have 33 airlines operating to Sri Lanka. Out of that, 30 airlines are represented by the GSA. So it's evident that these airlines have increased frequency. It's the GSA who has done, the market studies and getting them to increase these frequencies into Sri Lanka.
Yeah, actually you said a very attractive two words, that is mini ambassadors. GSAs are mini ambassadors. That's a very attractive word actually. And also it's a very essential node. The GSA is a very essential node or connecting node in the aviation industry. So as you said, GSAs can connect tourism, regulatory authorities, and also other airlines, other countries. You have a big role in this presence. All right. Right, then final question to you, Hiroshan. Okay, now you also mentioned that aviation ecosystem. Now, aviation ecosystems build very strong partnerships between international carriers and local stakeholders. Now, in your previous answer, you mentioned that if we can connect London to maybe to Ampara, maybe to Batty, That is the point for the development. So this is my question. Now, how do you see these partnership opportunities between international carriers and Sri Lankan aviation holders or stakeholders?
Right, so obviously I know the specialized aviation industry. So I'm going to base my answer upon specialized aviation industry because that would only make sense. So remember in my first question, I emphasized the fact that Maldives has an entirely successful operation running, and they have become the hallmark of aviation, the only seaplane terminal that is available in the world dedicated with $55 million US spent on developing it. So you can imagine they are very busy running the front office. My premise is quite simple. Let's run the back office here from Sri Lanka, right? So just to give you a statistic, the MRO market in Asia, as it stands right now, is a 28.3 billion industry, which is speculated to grow at 46.5 billion by 2030. So, like I mentioned, there's an economic multiplier, and seaplanes are somewhere in that. Now, Operation Udan is happening in India, and if we are experienced enough here in Sri Lanka to capture that market by the time, we should be the model for them to come and reach us. So Sri Lankan Airlines has done this example back with their EASA 145 approval in the late 2000s, and all the Indian carriers came into Sri Lanka or even in the Asia, the SAARC region for the maintenance to be done. Modern fleet optimization is something that we should be training upon ourselves to make sure that we give the best of the services to these regions. Right? Key concepts here are digital twins, predictive analysis, dynamic resource allocations. So what this means is you're using computer models to make sure that you gain the best of maintenance by reducing the burden to the operator as well as the passenger. To give you a very simple example, if you were to use these technologies, the utilization is proven to improve from up to 15 to 20%. Now imagine a twin otter generally costs $2,900 a flying hour, and a caravan is $1,500 a flying hour. If you were to use these tools to improve utilization, every single percentage points is adding into that revenue. And also it is giving competitive markers because you're going to have flying passengers at reduced costs. A good example would be Trans-Maldivian Airways in the Maldives, where they've been able to legally extend the time between overhaul for their PT6 engines from 3,600 to 5,500. And this is accepted by the Maldives CA, and it's done through scientific methods. Now imagine, if this kind of service can be provided from a Sri Lankan background, now we are talking about running the back office and supporting the operations up in India, in Maldives, and now Thailand, Indonesia is booming as well. And the problems they're having right now is the technical expertise. In the morning, DG mentioned that we are an English-speaking nation, so we might as well capitalize on that to make sure that we provide the best services. Personally, I have had the privilege and experience that Thailand has flown me in to install the first set of floats on their Cessna Caravan because the expertise did not exist in the country. In 2016, I had a Kodiak aircraft fly into Ratmalana just to get some troubleshooting maintenance done here in Sri Lanka. Those are stories unheard of because we are so focused on commercial aviation. Ceylon Aeronautical Services, Sampath Ranivir spoke this morning, they have placed very well in this sense because all of those back office work I was talking about, all the MRO support in the sense of heavy work, wings, flight controls, all these things in the Maldives are coming into Sri Lanka and they're getting overhauled and going back. So this is the kind of model we are talking about because imagine in a country like Maldives, real estate literally is a problem. They only can run the show over there, but they do not have the resources to make sure that the maintenance is done. So now we are looking at engine shops, propellers, components, and so much more. And not to mention, we spoke about such a large market in the Maldives, but there's very few or almost no training schools over there. I know there's going to be a training forum next. I'll be very interested to hear what comments they had to add. And Sri Lanka provides most of the pilots as well as engineers into the Maldives. But unfortunately, none of these trainings are specialized. What I mean by that is we do not provide seaplane ratings. We do not provide twin otter type training here in Sri Lanka for them to complement with. So those are the aspects we should be looking at and we should be capitalizing on. So I think another platform would be how the CA actually make their policies to make sure that cross-platforms are accepted with, which is part of the question I asked this morning, which will complement the setup that we are discussing about, or in other words, the ecosystem is the best word to describe that. So, Shara, I think Sri Lanka can strategically placed in a very good position with the experience we have gained from Maldives to support the region, especially India. When India is up and running with their float planes, we should be the people they're coming into. Like Indigo came into Sri Lankan Airlines to get the maintenance done, we should be placed. And while Indonesia, then Thailand is trying to run their own seaplane operations, definitely they should be turning their heads to Sri Lanka to make sure that the expertise is gained from. Over to you, Ishara.
Yeah, thank you, Hiroshan. Actually, we can have partnerships with other airlines, other stakeholders for the development of aviation industry in Sri Lanka. Definitely, as you said, we can get the help from Maldives and also India, our big brother, and also from other countries like Thailand and Singapore, our other Asian countries. Yes, that is very correct. All right, that's the end of the second session, second round. So it is, again, your chance. If you have a question, you can ask now. Yes, Captain Gaff. If somebody can give a mic to him, our staff. Wait, Captain, mic is coming.
Yeah, my question is actually regarding the policy, aviation policy of 2017, which was passed in the parliament.
Yes, 16 drafted, passed in
the parliament
yes.
in 2017.
Yes.
It mentions all these things about having helipads at
Yes.
constant distances along the highways and all these things. The problem is nothing has been implemented. Now this was brought up at the OPA also. We are very good at stringing up various statements and producing it to the world, but nothing really happens when it comes to implementation. I don't know whether the panel will agree. And one for erosion really about this thing about buying a ticket from London to say Jaffna, or is there any disparity? I don't know about, I was going to ask it on our session, but is there any disparity on VAT and various things like that? Can you just go and get a ticket directly from London to Jaffna?
Currently,
there is no VAT because it's international.
Oh, yeah,
it's
yes.
no VAT,
Yeah, so for airfare is not on VAT, basically.
It's because international transportation, and when you issue a ticket from London to Colombo, then to Jaffna or Ampara, it's one document, so there is no VAT involved in it.
So if they have a break in the journey, perhaps then
Still, it's one document, international itself. So.
Because Udan, I think, has just a GST of 1%, whereas we have a large VAT for domestic aviation.
Yeah, personally, I think Udan's model is completely different and not to be confused here, because if you look at Cinnamon Air is registered under the BOI, Board of Investments, which clearly says that we are looking at tourist transportation. However, Udan is talking about the domestic or the Indian passengers being transferred. So I'm not the person to talk about internal taxation systems or anything. I mean, I'm not going to comment on that. But what I could tell you is the fact that the two models are quite different. In India, yes, they're using this as a transportation method for the locals, whereas in Sri Lanka, the only example we have is Cinnamon Air right now is registered under BOI, which is a clear giveaway that is for tourists to use.
Yeah, but still, if it's a domestic sector, it's VATable.
It's VATable, okay, right. So that's...
Yeah, just continuing from just a quick one. Actually, the aviation policy, madam, says that taxation, the government will consider it.
Yes.
And also it should be reviewed very frequently. From 2017, we have not done anything about the policy, neither implemented nor done. I don't know if the DG might come in.
There are 24 areas actually in the aviation policy, but now we have to develop a strategic plan based on that and then see how we can make it to an action.
Yeah, I think the policy is now outdated. We
Maybe
need to
yes,
relook
at it.
Because Australia has just published a white paper, so I think we should.
Yeah.
Because things have changed now after COVID. the way of doing business and all that, and AI coming in out. So I think we need to.
And the technology has
Yes.
changed, so we have.
So
to
what I want to ask is, from here, since we have all the stakeholders to support us, we can take the lead, and for you, when I invite you to come and provide your feedback and your knowledge and your wisdom. Yeah.
Yes, happy to. And again, I want to make a comment on this education also. Now, we talked about training in the morning, but KDU and Sri Lankan Aviation College started a degree that is on aircraft maintenance engineering. But we couldn't use the term engineering because we have to fulfill the qualification framework of Sri Lanka and the Institution of Engineers. But that component is not required by EASA. So we have to decide what is most important, whether EASA licensing or ISO recognition. So that is there. So therefore, we have to name the degree as BSc in aircraft maintenance only. So we drop the engineering term.
Even the value isn't in that engineering word.
Yeah, but when it comes to the demand, right? So students is always looking for an engineering degree. So when they see that engineering term is not there, they are unhappy. So we have to have a system because we can't tally these aviation requirements to our SLQF framework because those are designed for management, medicine, or nursing, and all the general degrees. We have the same challenge in military degrees also. We cannot compare these military requirements with SLQF. Same in aviation, especially when it comes to licensing requirement, we cannot match those with SLQF. So I think you all have to come up with some solution and give some recognition because there are many students who are willing to follow these degrees in aviation, but they have doubts. Even we can't answer them because we don't know what is the recognition in the Sri Lankan market. We cannot assure that everybody will find a job in international because first they have to work in Sri Lanka. So if that degree is not recognized because of this SLQF requirement, then we are in trouble. So civil aviation and all of you, I think you all have to come up with some solutions and then talk to University Grants Commission and then come up with some solutions. We can help to deliver those degrees. Of course, moratorium we have, yeah.
Dr. Normally, I think we can have a dialogue on that in a lengthy manner.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to have a collaboration again
Happy to.
among these organizations. All right, now that is the end of this panel discussion. The second one, let me to summarize this. It is very important to have very good network development, the importance of strategic route planning and partnerships with major Asian carriers to enhance the connectivity. It is very important. And also, as both of you emphasize, actually you three emphasize that domestic international integration, that is also very important to sell our market to the outside. And also competitive strategies, the innovation in digital services, customer experience and operational efficiency, that's a key differentiators. So these are also very important and we discussed this. And also stakeholder collaboration, finally at the last stage also we discussed the stakeholder collaboration is very important. The need for stronger partnerships between international carriers, GSA services and Sri Lankan aviation infrastructure providers, other like airports and all. So that is the summary of this panel discussion today. So let me to wind up this session now. Now, Insights shared today demonstrate that Sri Lanka's aviation future lies in built-in and integrated ecosystem. We discussed this. This is very important. We need to build a very good ecosystem in the aviation industry. Then only we can go for a better future. And we can achieve everything and we can compete with other international, other countries and international stakeholders. So that's the end of this panel discussion, and thank you very much, panelists, for your valuable contribution. And it was a very fruitful discussion today we had, and we'll be able to meet again to discuss further. And as the DG invited, you all can discuss with him for further actions. So thank you very much, audience, also for your patient attention for this. and we'll see you again. And give them a very good round of applause. And also, let me to take a photo with you.
Thank you so much. Please remain on stage for the group photo.
So it's great to be back in Singapore again for our 20th APATS, quite a milestone, and probably the most exciting period in that 20 years, I think, in terms of the way the airline industry is developing in the region. Clearly, tremendous change in the training space, irrespective of which area you're looking at, pilot, cabin crew, maintenance, ATO, so much going on, so much potential, and a few challenges, but that's what we're here to try and solve. So it's been a tremendous couple of days, very vibrant heads of training meeting on Monday evening, and a very full and busy exhibition floor. So lots to do, lots being done, and I'm sure a lot more to come. So we're looking forward to edition 21 in 2025 and supporting the industry. It's been a superb experience.
My name is Jacques Drapier, Captain Drapier from Holdale. I'm the conference chair of APATS. This is the 20th time that we do APATS, 12th time we're in Singapore for APATS. It's been a great show. We had visitors from all over the Asia Pacific, even Middle East, coming over and enjoying the show, where we had quite some discussion on pilot issues, the CBTA, the upset recovery training and so on. But we also had a special session on Aviation, and we had, of course, the usual cabin crew sessions with a lot of interactive workshop. We had the head of training workshop on the Monday, which is always very interactive and very intense. So overall, I think we had, again, very successful APATS, where the importance is not only the information that we provide through the multiple speakers, experts that we get from around the world, but the information between the attendees, the interaction between the attendees is one of the most important elements of a live show like this. And of course, the contacts with the vendors is always important as well. But as I said, I believe that conferences like APATS are important for the human interface, the connections that create here and that continue beyond the time of the APATS. So maybe we'll see each other again next year.
Sandra Capella. I'm Associate Aviation Psychologist for Symbiotics. And APATS is great this year again. We have a lot of great discussions. We met a lot of great people from all around the world in the industry. For us, it's also a great opportunity to discuss very important aspects in case of assessments, in case of non-technical aspects of industry for pilots, for cabin crew, and also the well-being aspect and topic that is, I think, very relevant and very important. So for us, this is a great platform to share awareness, to exchange our knowledge, sometimes to challenge the current practices. There are great speakers, great participants, and we are enjoying that very much.
Hi, Davey here from Pristine Conditioning International, and we're here at APATS and proud to be invited about the culture change we're achieving within aviation in all areas, but we're here presenting in engineers and cabin crew. You see, this was on the back of when we did a trial with American Airlines. For the first time ever, brought Olympic weightlifting techniques to industry, but with the two cracking words, realistic and achievable. People can actually feel the difference. And when they can feel the difference, they adopt it, because human nature is always want to be associated with something that's successful. And what happened was in American, we got a 43% reduction in their airlines. That's huge. That's an awful lot of people going home not hurt. So what we believe in is if you want to change the culture, make it personal and delivery. Get the delivery right, you change the culture.
Now we will straight away start the third session for the day. The topic would be strengthening travel services and domestic aviations in Sri Lanka. Please welcome on stage the panel members, Captain Gihan Fernando, Mr. Aruna Rajpaksha, Head of Airport Management, BIA Airport and Aviation Services Sri Lanka Limited, Dr. Duminda Kuriyatarachi, Member Board of Directors, Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority, Past President Travel Agents Associations of Sri Lanka. Finally, retired Air Marshal O.D.N. Lal Pereira, Director, Accountable Manager, DP Aviation. Moderator for this session, the third session, would be Ms. Dinushika Chandrasena. Ms. Dinushika Chandrasena, who is a communication and tourism professional, over 25 years of experience. She is the managing editor of Travel Talk Asia and director of Sri Lanka Tourism Alliance. Ms. Dinushika, the forum is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for that very kind introduction. Firstly, a very warm congratulations to Dev and the team at Aviation Voice for organizing such an amazing forum, which Sri Lanka desperately needs. And like we heard before, we absolutely wish you much success and many more in the years to come. To jump right in, firstly, I think we have a very distinguished panel with us today, and we will be touching on a topic that's critical for Sri Lanka's tourism development, and that is the strengthening of the domestic aviation segment in Sri Lanka. And to dive straight in, can I address my first question to Mr. Anura Rajapaksa? How can Sri Lanka's secondary airports, that is mainly Jaffna, Batticaloa, and Matala, be better utilized to strengthen the domestic connectivity?
Okay, congratulations to the Aviation Voice team, especially to the Dev and team. So to answer your question, actually we better to go through identify the exact status of the domestic aviation in Sri Lanka. So now in 2019, we have handled only 20,000 passengers, domestic passengers. And 2024, we could handle only 10,000 passengers. This is comparative to, if you take Indian domestic aviation industry, very, very small amount. If you take Indian market, altogether their passenger numbers 376 million for 2024. Out of 376 million, only 76 million international passengers, more than 300 million domestic passengers. Compared to that segment, this is very small, but still the market potential is there. So we have to take it in optimistic way. So we have to identify what are the gaps to bridge this limitation. And especially Ratmalana, we know as the domestic aviation hub in Sri Lanka. In Ratmalana, we have hangar facilities, we have domestic operators, but still today we have only 3 active airline operators in Sri Lanka. One is in BIA and 2 operators based at Ratmalana. So the demand is there, but still the number of aircraft also not there. Demand also is still, if you take the numbers, per day we are talking about only 30 number of passengers per day. Domestic aviation, this is the reality. So we have to find the solutions and the ways to develop it, especially, say if you take Jaffna Airport, we can connect Colombo to Jaffna, because if we use the road connectivity, it takes minimum 10 hours from Colombo to go to Jaffna. But if you can use the domestic flight within 1 hour, yes, we can. But still, the cost is high. If you take the one-way ticket price, in Sri Lanka, the largest domestic aircraft can carry only 12 passengers. Per passenger cost is 30,000 one-way ticket, to return 60,000. It is not affordable to the normal citizens. So we have to think about the ways to cut down this operational cost. And also, if even the Batticaloa also one of the most attractive domestic destination from Colombo to Batticaloa. It takes around 7 to 8 hours from Colombo to Batticaloa. But still, we don't have machines, we don't have aircraft. Then if we could reach this cost factor, if we can address this matter, definitely we can increase more numbers. Then immediately we can connect these travel requirements. These requirements are there. So all the time what we do as the airport operator, we try our level best to give the maximum support to develop the domestic aviation. But still, we are struggling with, say, the supplies are very limited. The airline industry, though we have the demand, very limited number of aircraft operators. So we have to clearly identify why they are not operating. The market opportunities are there. So we have to address this matter. It can be operator matter. It can be operational cost specifically. It can be a regulatory matter. So we all have to get together and address these matters to develop the domestic aviation industry.
Would you say that the airports are geared up and they're being in a position to be utilized if there is an increase?
all the time. Say if we take the numbers before 2009, we were handling around more than 100,000 domestic passengers. Once after opening the road connectivity, before that, this Lion Air, they had frequent flight. Aero Lanka, they had frequent flight. Even heli tours operated by Sri Lanka Air Force until 2018-19, they had good numbers. But after that, there is a drop. So we are still struggling and recovering. That's what I said. The best year had recently we handled only 20,000 passengers. And last year we could handle only 10,000 passengers.
Thank you. My next question is to Captain Gihan Fernando. Based on your aviation leadership experience, what are the key gaps in the domestic aviation industry that you see right now?
Yeah, I have with me here a list of some reforms that could be done to domestic aviation industry, which was discussed at the OPA. I am representing the OPA now because we have started the aviation setup and they've accepted aviation as a part of the profession. So we had this, one was about the aviation policy, and they all agreed that the policy needed to be implemented. And regarding domestic aviation, I'll just read a few things so that you can, the air travel facilities available for tourists should be publicized through the embassies. We talked of ambassadors, but I think our own Sri Lankan embassies can publicize the island and give more details about tourism so that, and that aviation connectivity is there so that people will start looking at holidays with domestic aviation. Other one is domestic aviation must be subsidized by the government. That is like the UDAN system that Mr. Modi has put in place in India. It was there for 8 years. Now he has extended it for another 10 years. Because obviously it is it's giving the aviation to the common man. So there's no reason why we can't also do it. It's like the chicken and the egg. If you have a good system, a lot of people will start patronizing it. The third factor is utilize all 16 airports that are in Sri Lanka. I don't know whether you knew that there were 16 airports. There are 16 airports that can be used in Sri Lanka, all which were utilized during World War II and now being kept operational by the Air Force. May I ask you one question? Sorry about this, but it's a sleepy time. Could you just tell me how many people have flown within the island of Sri Lanka among you guys? Not many, aren't we? So that's because we don't have the facilities, we don't publicize the fact that we can really fly in Sri Lanka now. For instance, 3 years ago, we were, not 3 years, when did you say, in the old days we could, 2019 we could really fly all over, there were airplanes flying. So again, if you have scheduled flights and affordable, people will use it. Other thing is, of course, encourage private investment if the investment climate is right. And other problem we have is that sometimes domestic aviation seems to be over-regulated. The DG might not agree with me, but one thing that was said in that audit was that although we got good marks, that we were just blindly copying and pasting various reforms and restrictions and not really looking at the real situation. So that if we can look at and make it more realistic and so that it will allow aviation to grow, that will be definitely a better point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very insightful, and I think, like you said, Captain, it's important to streamline various policies which are not just a cut and paste from some other successful policy, something that is suited for Sri Lanka?
Yeah, this what they got 10 pasties from the ICAO rules and regulations, but they may not be the ideal for the Sri Lankan scene. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. My next question is to Duminda. Being a member of SLTDA, so you sit on the board as well, so you have both aspects where you have you're on a government board as well as a member of the private sector. How would you say travel agents and tour operators can integrate domestic aviation into packages to enhance Sri Lanka's tourism experience?
Deshka, thank you. Dave and the team, thank you very much for organizing this. This is the first time, and hats off, you pulled it off. Coming back to your question, Deshka, it's a good question. I think my fellow panelists earlier also discussed few issues or regulatory matters pertaining to have particular sectors, origin destinations. Currently, we need to revisit because our tickets are not actually sold origin destination. Travel agents can't sell starting from London to Kandy unless it's issued two separate. So we need to look at those areas and see whether we can reintroduce the code share facility, negotiate fares with airlines, and look at domestic tourism in a positive manner. I think that will help the travel agents to sell and they have access. It has to be a seamless booking process because somebody who's in London wants to sell domestic should be able to get that service online. So seamlessly it could be booked. Otherwise it's again a two process. He will book a ticket and then another ticket separately, and the VAT is another question that we have on domestic tourism. So like I think the earlier panelist said, you can avoid it by selling origin destination.
So let me just clarify that. So at the present moment, it is not possible.
Yes, because I think the code share is no more. It has to be revisited because I think Cinnamon is not, they issue two separately tickets. It's not true at the moment.
And what would be the process to expedite it or get back to that?
We need more seamless booking engines. Basically, now if you look at DP also is charter as well as regular. But there is no way that you have on a booking platform where you see, okay, I can book that seat, or when we issue the ticket, it should be showing from London to Kandy or Batticaloa the same rate. So it should be competitive as well. And I think the other panelists talk about the seaplanes here. That's a very good trend and is new thought. Seaplanes are good. I think we did well before COVID, and suddenly we had to stop. So that's where the niche market is. I think that would help to bring our target closer, which is important.
And I think in terms of domestic aviation being a very a catalyst for tourism development, if we were talking about the high-end tourists attracting them, I think that the ability to sell a through ticket would be a huge advantage.
Yes, that's once again, yes. It will be a much more prudent way of trying to get more business, because otherwise you're looking at two-process system, and also you need to renegotiate with the airlines and see that even the domestic airlines has to revisit and talk to, especially the online carriers. I'm not only saying, all the carriers could give us a better rate and then try to get this inventory system into their system, so that where the passenger has a seamless booking system.
Great, thank you. My next question is to Air Vice Marshal Lal Pereira. As one of the few domestic airline operators, from an operational management perspective, what steps should Sri Lanka take to ensure safety, reliability, and cost efficiency?
Okay, let me start off with thanking Dave and his team for providing us this platform to make our comments. As far as safety goes on domestic aviation, I actually do not see any problem at all, because we are fly under the auspices of the Civil Aviation Authority, and the Civil Aviation Authority, being the regulator, has always and continuously monitor us as per the published ICAO or EASA standards. There is no difference between the safety standards adopted by them. I just heard Captain Gafford's speech on the thing. What actually, as a domestic operator, we're only looking at the facilities that are available in Sri Lanka and the facilities that are available in Europe or in USA or any of the developed countries, and whether we could have an acceptable means of compliance. Not that it should be any less, but which should be an acceptable means of compliance, because one thing, as you just heard, if we are to promote domestic tourism in Sri Lanka, right, you just heard the numbers. Mr. Rajapaksa came out with the numbers. So the question comes, why? One thing is it should be affordable travel. And number two, the question he came up is, we have only so many aircraft. Why? Again, buying an aircraft is a large investment. A 12-seater aircraft that we fly, we have the Cessna company here. They will vouch for me, a brand new aircraft is in the region of $3 million US, right? And that's quite a large investment for any investor to make, right? And an investor makes the investment for two reasons. For me, in the company I work for, David Pires Aviation, the founder, president, Mr. David Pires, flying has been his passion, right? So he got into this, number one, for that reason, and number two, his son, who is also an airline pilot, who's clocking about 26,000 hours of flying today, right, has his own passion of flying. So they together got into this. But it's not an easy game. It's not an easy game, right? When you make that kind of investment, you all of you know you are looking for a return on investment. And that's not easy to make with the numbers that are now available. So, like he said, we need to revisit. We need the government agencies to revisit. Look at us, because the country needs it now. If you are going to grow, I strongly believe that domestic aviation is a very integral part of tourism. It's a hand-and-glove affair. It's tied together. And if we have to promote Sri Lanka, we have to promote it as a one-hour island, right? That you could be anywhere in Sri Lanka within an hour, right? Considering we got some highways, considering that the road and rail, we could definitely promote our country as a one-hour island. We could go and get the tourists into that place. Like he said, the combined tickets, we really have to visit, because there are taxation issues on international ticketing and local ticketing. So that has to be definitely looked into. As far as airport and aviation goes, I think most of the infrastructure is there, like Captain Elmo was saying, it has been built. But again, they too also have to maintain and things, but there is a cost. And we domestic operators are paying a fairly high price, which ends up as a travel cost. So that's where the ticket cost goes high. And I would like also take this opportunity to continue and say, when we started the operation, we were just priced at 20,000 rupees or 22,000 rupees. But with the other costs going up, to keep our neck above the water, we had to go up in price. There was no option. So this is something, in this forum I would openly like to say that the government agencies, the stakeholders need to look into it and see what best can be done to an investor to be getting into this. And one last point before I close. There was Niroshan who gave a good highlight on the Maldives. Yes, it is a fantastic wonder, but I would also like to tell that Air Maldives, the very first airline, for very much I was part of the crew when I was in the Air Force, which we started. It was Sri Lanka who started Air Maldives. We flew 4 Convair 440 aircraft between Sri Lanka and Mali. And that was the beginning of the airline industry. And of course, I was accused at that time, being a part of the crew, that many said, you're going to finish tourism in Sri Lanka and you're going to develop tourism in Mali. And true, it has happened. We started off, and today, and I must also say the civil aviation of Sri Lanka was instrumental in setting up the civil aviation authority in Maldives at that time, because they really did not have a regulator. And we, at that time, we worked under the rules of the British CAA, and that was the same thing that was set up in the Maldives at that time. Fortunately, unfortunately for us, Mali has grown to have 400 to 500 aircraft, I said, at these many forums. And we, in our domestic field with the training aircraft, I think we are below 50 aircraft. So that's the difference. And I think this forum must now look at it in the different fields into this direction and see why, where we were and where we are, and see whether what can be done to make this a one-hour island. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Sri Lanka in multiple sectors has been a leader. Unfortunately, we've run into several roadblocks over the last couple of decades, which has set us back, but that's not, or should not be, a deterrent for us to still move forward. I think we have everything in place. It's just like we heard before, there has to be a strategic plan for the country moving forward. Thank you.
There's one more thing.
Absolutely.
I think it's a good opportunity forum, so the DG is also here. I would like to make a small request under the just to encourage. I think Dr. Namali told us we don't share information. Tourism doesn't share information with airport aviation. Airport aviation doesn't share the information with intergovernment blockage or cascade, what I don't know. But I would like to encourage maybe a sharing, data sharing, real-time data sharing. I don't know how it's done, but I think Rehan could look at so that we can, civil aviation, airports, airlines, and tourism can share this real-time data. Now, today I did not know that we had only 30 people on domestic. It's sad. So having 2,000 plus traffic and going back to 30 and having issues with VAT and prices going up with fuel and all that has made domestic travel a little expensive. I suppose that's what we got from DP Aviation. So let's look at this platform where we can share information. That is very important, I think, moving forward to develop our aviation or tourism or whatever we want to do together. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Primarily being from tourism, I know that aviation is a catalyst in tourism development, and tourism is a leader in economic growth of Sri Lanka. So I think the interagency communication and cooperation, I think, is number one.
Horizontal communication.
Yes.
Now, just may I make one comment, please? Is that there is a policy in the paragraph 30 of the Sri Lankan policy, which says that the government can actually review the taxation for all your the problems that you have, but no one has been doing it. So it's high time now. If you want to jumpstart the tourism industry, you've got to think and make it easy for the Udayan is I think the way to go. Udan, no? Udan is the way to go. Where at least the government can subsidize 50% of the seats.
Balance seats.
And the balance will be sold to tourists so that they will also subsidize the common man.
Thank you. If we wouldn't open the floor for questions right now, I will go straight away because we are a little late with time to our second round of questions. As Captain, you mentioned there were 16 airports around the country.
16.
My next question is to Mr. Rajapaksa. With 16 in the country, we now have only very few that are actually operational. Am I right? Or they're all operational?
Yeah, actually, 16 airports, we can use them for domestic aviation. Only 5 airports, only 5 aerodromes known as international aerodrome. Out of 5, actually, 4 only certified international aerodromes.
And of these, are there any service improvements that you feel needs to be done to ensure there's a seamless transfer between international to domestic?
True. Number one is we have to give direct connectivity from BIA to other airports. So we are working on it to go with domestic airport terminal at BIA or shared basis, or else we are having certain plans to put up a separate FBO, keeping provisions to do domestic aviation activities and give domestic transfer from BIA straight away to the other domestic aerodromes. And similarly, we have certain discussions. Recently also we had discussions to redo the runways at Sigiriya, Koggala, like without investment much more money, but to develop them to run the domestic operation. So there are certain improvements going on. But just add something beyond your question. See, we all discuss about the domestic aviation issues. We should find a way how to overcome these matters.
Solutions.
Yes. So if you, with your permission, I can take your time. Say the cost factor. Cost is the main issue because we are all aware per seat price is very high. Domestic price, it is not that affordable in local market rates. The issue is the operating cost is very high. Mainly, if you take the domestic cost, aviation cost breakdown, more than 50% goes to fuel. Fuel cost is more than 55 to sometimes it's around 60%. So from the government also need to look at this to give some, say, the discounts or concessions for this aviation fuel, especially for domestic aviation. Otherwise, domestic aviation, we can't survive in Sri Lanka. Then again, we all discuss about this Udan and Indian market. As I said, we have to compare 3 million domestic aviation market and 10,000 domestic aviation market. But still, we should know how they grew up. Because in India, so they came up with this viability gap funding concept. Viability gap funding is, say, bearing the cost of some, say, around 50% of the seats. And their tourism board is giving assurance if you couldn't fill this number, if you couldn't reach to the 50%, we will bear the cost. They have taken the risk and it went well. Because of viability gap funding, now India could reach their domestic market up to 300 million domestic aviation passengers. In here also we have the same resource. Say, this is a tourism forum. So I urge all the respective parties, now DGC also we had this discussion very recently, because when any passenger arrives to Sri Lanka, we are charging $60 embarkation tax. It is very high in the region. We are charging $60. Out of this $60, per passenger we are charging $5 and sending it to the tourist board. So what we are asking from the tourism is to use this $5 collecting from passenger to develop this domestic aviation. For international aviation development, we have different platforms. We have Civil Aviation Authority, we have national government funding, we have airport and aviation funding. But for domestic aviation, there is no any responsible party. There is no any party to give their funds. So straight away, we can use this fund because they have tourism development fund is there, which is earned through the embarkation tax collected from the passengers who arrive to the country. So we can use it specifically.
And it need not be forever, it will be for a limited period of time. Say it
will last
say 10
forever.
years now. The Indians said in 8 years, and now they have increased.
So end of this
to
year,
10
we are
years.
expecting 10 million passengers, 10 million into 5. That fund is there. So there are certain commitments, but you can think about it. And also, when India expanded their domestic operations, they came up with this digitalization, this DigiYatra. So it's created the availability. So I think none of you aware, except the aircraft operators, what are the flights available in Sri Lanka? How many seats in the aircraft? What are the helicopters available? We not aware of the availability. So if we can create this digitalized platform for flight booking, as you correctly said, it will create certain improvements to the domestic aviation. And also we all have to take it very seriously. Without domestic aviation, we can't say go to the next level. We can uplift the travel industry in Sri Lanka. So we have to take it very seriously.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can I make one point there?
Yes.
For a start, I have already made this request to Mr. Buddhika. I met him personally for about 2 hours on this chat. Sri Lanka Tourist Board channel or the Development Board website do not have a word about domestic tourism, even as of today, as I speak. So it's a lacuna.
It's very sad.
Huh?
Very sad.
Yeah, it's very sad. So, but that if tourism board, it's one important thing that should come up. That at least that the domestic aviation is available in Sri Lanka and where to go and what to do. So that is one area. And the other thing that the lacuna is there on costing. International airlines like Fitz Air or Sri Lankan Airline, spares or anything is VAT free, but domestic aviation is charged VAT. So our survival is not easier compared to international airlines. So
I think that's
these are
critical.
two heavy points that we need to get it.
And the delay of getting it through customs and all, that's the philosophy of aircraft on ground. AOG situation is not, customs haven't heard of it, not that they have not heard of it, but it will come to the airport and it will get stuck there. So an aircraft on ground is a loss to the operator, but none of them seems to be aware of that.
Going straight from what Anurag just said, I will direct this to Duminda. Regulatory and the TDL.
Yeah, so it's actually two things. TDL is different. TDF, I think, just to make a corrections to other panelists. TDL is what you get from the tourism, when you sell a package.
Yes.
TDF is the fund. So what happens is this embarkation tax is broken to so many government entities, including civil aviation, including the treasury. Treasury takes the most of it. And there is a percentage, the new gazette changes the percentage, and tourism gets to do their promotions and to have the way forward, just like a normal government-owned enterprise. So this is allocated as per what is required for tourism. Yes, if it's need to be looked at, they must reach SLTDA and then make the request and see whether it's possible, and we should be able to look at board level, yes. But I can't comment. Buddhika is not here, and Buddhika, he has come and gone, so that's part. I have to be very neutral on this subject. But apart from what TDL and TDF is that. But at the same time, every government entity also gets that money, that's $60. So that's how it goes.
And what policy and regulatory changes would better connect these two critical sectors, which is aviation and tourism?
Yes, so like this gentleman asked, we have to remove VAT out of domestic. It will iron out a lot of things because VAT is, for international air tickets, it is not exempted, it's zero rated. So when you take domestic, they have implemented VAT. When you audit VAT, I don't know whether they have an SVAT or VAT, no, so
18,
proper VAT.
18% VAT.
Yeah, 18% VAT. So that it may looks, you know, your airfare is going to go up in price. So that is what they are saying. So I think we need to, as a
public-private partnership, obviously private partnership to get into somebody to come and invest in a aircraft or airline business in Sri Lanka, obviously is going to do a due diligence on us and see what are the pitfalls in this country. So all that can come in if we resolve all these issues in our country. Now, one issue, like Captain Gihan said, the delay in getting spares. Okay, the time we had this unfortunate conflict in Sri Lanka so many years ago, there were so many rules and things brought to safeguard unnecessary the spares and various things going into the wrong hands. So those things have not changed yet. So there is a huge approval process. Even if I want to get a spare, it starts from CAA to the customs to the whole gambit of things that you go through. And you keep the aircraft on ground and you're missing travel and tourists who want to go. One thing, they are dismayed. They couldn't go on the day they could go, or they are delayed. So I used this word one day at Civil Aviation as an authority meeting as well, and I said we have to change our mentality from terrorism to tourism, right? I think it's high time we do this, right? If we are to go and get this influx of tourists and move it, please, we have to go mentality away from terrorism to tourism, right? And we still have, if you have a passenger list for people to travel, when they buy a ticket, domestic, I know when they come from abroad there is nothing, but here when they come here and they have to travel, names, passport numbers, everything goes to so many places for clearance before they could step on board a domestic aircraft. So all these processes were well and good at a time, but if we are to improve domestic aviation, I think we really need to have a look at it once again.
So it must be, my answer is yes, what seems to be a problem. Not no anymore, but yes.
Absolutely. And before we wrap up, let me address this. Any one of you gentlemen are free to answer. If you were given an opportunity to prioritize the top 3 concerns that should be addressed as we drive towards our targets of 5 billion tourists by 2030, what would be your top 3 priorities that need to be addressed in the domestic aviation sector?
One is a lot of things have been published, just that we've got to walk the talk. We've got a lot of things on paper. Let's see that it's all implemented. Over to you guys.
Yeah, and again, say we have to think about the other aerodrome. If you take Sigiriya, so one of the known destination for all the tourists who are arriving. If you take tourists who arrive to the country, more than 80% of tourists are visiting Sigiriya. And considerable number of passengers, they want go climb up to the rock. So there is a possibility, market potential is there to do scenic flights.
Yes.
Even Koggala. Koggala sometimes back had some scenic flights to whale watching.
That's correct.
So we have to think about, we have to identify the exact location based on the tourism attractions and also marketing point of view. So based on that, we have to remodel the thing, because say if you take Indian, all the time we talk about Indian market regarding when we are talking about domestic aviation. India, they went with privatization. So, but they went step by step. Even today, they have a single airline, only the Alliance airline under the government. Still, it is operating as a domestic airline. And they don't have, say, more number of airports. They have privatized and given it, but with proper targets, with proper controls. End of the day, they have developed aviation industry. We too have to look it in different way.
Thank you. Any last thoughts, Davinder?
I think we wrapped up. We have issues like we say. Yes, we need to find solutions. At the same time, I think we need to find the right channels, focus our issues, and see whether we can overcome these issues to bring our targets or bring our tourism back to our targets that we look at. Just because we will not reach 5 million or 3 million numbers in just because doing only domestic tourism, but yes, this is a vital part, and we hear you, and I think we need to focus on the correct channels and see whether we can get those, removed, all these barriers.
So I could safely say that there is a requirement for interagency cooperation. There is a requirement for a more streamlined policy and strategic plan for the country as a whole, incorporating aviation and tourism. And there is a need to look at costs, to a reduction in domestic costs.
Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I open the floor for questions? Are there any questions from the audience?
There's a hand going up there.
The corner.
Right. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Malin, and I'm an aviation photographer. I'd say a plane spotter. So it's more of a question / request. So since we have the DG and Mr. Aruna as well, and we are talking about domestic aviation, in case the others don't know, plane spotting is basically capturing planes, just like the teenagers capturing a Lamborghini or a car. We capture aircrafts, especially the 747s we get rarely, A380s very rarely. So is there any possibility, more of a request, that we can have a spotting hill? Because spotting hill, in the sense, a designated area for us to capture planes, because that is connected with the next session as well, the nurturing the younger generation of aviators and tourism and marketing as well. If we have a designated area, and just like this gentleman mentioned, like when we go to near the Katunayaka area, if they see a DSLR, a professional camera, they think it's a T-56, a gun. It's like tourism to terrorism, just like that. So if we can have like a designated area that we can spot planes, that those pictures, like Dev here has used some of my photos as well to promote our country as well, Sri Lankan Airlines or whatever the airlines that are coming here, we can do that. There are a lot of people who are waiting like to get a designated area. If that's possible, that would be really great, because that in other way will nurture all the younger generation to come into the aviation field, look at the aircraft, because aircraft is basically an engineering marvel, right? So publishing those photos and everything, it will nurture the younger generation as well, and do some marketing for the country, for the tourism as well. Not just, when we say tourism, not just foreigners, the local tourists as tourism as well. Basically, we have people coming to drop their relatives or loved ones to the airport. They will stay nearby, near the road, till the plane departs, right? So why not have a designated area to spot planes or to hang around, look at planes? Because that is something we have in other international airports as well. There are YouTubers who live stream 24 hours, aircrafts taking off and landing, air traffic control, radios, and everything. So
sure, Malin,
what can we do about that?
Point is taken, and from our side, yes, there is no issue, subject to regulatory concerns. If you're okay, we will facilitate, and
humble request, like we can work it out.
we will streamline, yes. Yes. Yes.
So I just want to voice my thoughts out because there are a lot of people behind, like waiting to get this opportunity.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Mike, no.
Sure.
We have time for one more question. Do we have any more questions? Yes.
Thank you. We've discussed about the regulatory barriers that we have and the taxation system and everything's accepted very well. But I would like to ask all the domestic operators, Mr. Lalpera work closely with as well. Domestic aviation around the world has taken so many models, especially in terms of technology, new models, reliability case studies, maintenance steering groups. Now, these I know are very new to Sri Lanka, but these are kind of phasing out in other parts of the world. What I mean by that is they are way ahead of the game, reducing the price per seat by utilizing these models. Has domestic aviation in Sri Lanka tried adopting that through proper consultation services? Thank you.
Niroshan, I didn't get you very clearly. What domestic aviation has adopted?
Those models. So I'll give you a good example. It doesn't necessarily suit you to go with OEM standards, right? But Sri Lanka, for us to go with our own standards through scientific proof. For example, I gave the example when I was doing my speech that Maldives has brought from 3,600 hours to 5,500 hours reliability based. Just because the OEM prescribes you to do something at a certain amount doesn't mean that you have to necessarily do that. In the beginning, you should do that, but over the ages, with scientific proof, you should be able to either extend it or escalate it. So where does domestic aviation stand in terms of doing that? The reason why I ask is, this is a key element in making sure that you bring the price point down in domestic aviation.
Correct. I agree with you, Niroshan, 100%. It'll definitely be a key factor in the cost thing that we did. Okay, right. Now, as a domestic operator, for me, right, I can't make that decision alone. We will do, like for our case of the aircraft, we have a fantastic trend monitoring system fitted on the aircraft, right? But that alone, and whatever the inspections that we do, right, then we have to go back to the regulator as well. And then the regulator, on his part, also needs to have got up to that standard of experience and knowledge, either from the OEM or on their own, so that he could now grant. Now maybe I as operator might say I could like to have a 100-hour extension on it because I am feeling so confident that this is. But that judgment to grant me 100 hours or not comes from the regulator. And the regulator has to be equipped with that knowledge and ability to grant me that. So it's a two-way game, Roshan, to see where we can go on it.
I totally agree with you, but I would like to add to this based on my experience in other countries. So in other countries, they hire consultants, and the consultant act to actually give the consultation to the CAA in order to make sure that the regulations are made properly. So I think that is another aspect of looking at it. Because, for example, if we can have dynamic monitoring systems on engines, and we can determine vibrations and all these things, you can extend so many things. Now, yes, we can wait for the CAA to come for that, or we can approach the CAA and say, hey, look here, this country is doing this, so it needs to be a healthy argument. I'm not trying to argue here, I'm just trying to add into this, showing that the other parts of the world are doing this. Right? Thanks.
Thank you, Niroshan. I think that's a very, very valid and remarkable thing going forward. But I think we have not adopted that in Sri Lanka, at least to that extent. Of course, we get concessions on certain things from the Civil Aviation Authority, but to go to that extent, no. I don't think in Sri Lanka, civil aviation, this has ever happened up to now.
Just one more
question I want to ask is that today, through Aviation Voice, we have had a fantastic session, different organizations, groups coming together. But my question is, where do we go from here? Because as I think the previous session, one gentleman asked, will be the same in 2026. But in terms of leadership, who will take this forward? As a group, is it Aviation Voice, or is it somebody else who will constantly monitor, meet the authorities, and take the next step?
Over to Dominda.
I'm sure that I'm not the guy who's to answer this question, because Aviation Voice itself, and this is a good platform. I think this created people to talk about their issues, maybe for current people, or maybe to DG to listen to what we are going through. I think it's just an eye-opener and a forum where we discuss, but we can't legally or I don't know, we can't take things forward as black and white. But I think this is just a session that we could hear and maybe take forward. Maybe let's listen to what
Rehan
DG has to say.
Yeah, Danushka, I have taken down 8 items, which I can look at. Some of them actually we can do, like what I mentioned about the workforce and analysis, to know who's working, who's doing where, and also on, I think I will get Niroshan's help and Sampath's help on how to position our young people, especially the technical personnel, how to take them forward. Not everything I can do, but maybe what you can do is to help me, because I have a larger vision, longer vision to take Sri Lanka to the next level. So what all of you can do is, when I call you and ask for your assistance, to be ready to help me. I think that all of us can do, right?
And also maybe next year we can have, like DG, relevant state
From
and private
tourism.
authorities also invited, so that we could explain to them that what we are going through and our issues and so on and so forth moving forward.
Maybe we can have tourism also involved in a...
Yes, that's what I meant.
Absolutely.
In this forum.
Not only tourism, I think all aspects, even immigration.
Some of the, actually, just to add the discussion Aruna and I had, because operations to a particular airport, especially Bati, will support the tourism in that area. And we need support from the tourism authorities and the hotel operators to come forward and help us to ensure that that particular airport is operational and viable in the future. So maybe that's something which you can look at doing from the
so I
tourism
think,
angle.
Dev, I think next year you should look at all heads of each authority and maybe associations as well, so that everybody can give in their thoughts and trends, and then move forward and help anybody. And especially I think DG should help us, because this is more aviation related, and the airports. Yes, I'm sure that Sumit and everybody will support our cause. So moving forward, I think that's the only question. I mean, answer we could give you. I understand that sometimes we talk, we have meetings, nothing happens. So yes, we can appoint her to move forward. Yes.
So there won't be official report as such.
Thank you so much. I think you give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Please remain on stage for the official photograph. Thank you so much. Now let's take a short break and be back for the final discussion. Appreciate if you could stick for 5 minutes with the interest of time. Thank you.
Time-saving travel just got real. Step on board our Cessna 208 Grand Caravan and fly in comfort from Colombo to Jaffna in just 70 minutes. Unbeatable and affordable rates for both scheduled or charter flights. Fly smart, fly safe, fly with David Pierce Aviation. Time-saving travel just got real. Step on board our Cessna 208 Grand Caravan and fly in comfort from Colombo to Jaffna in just 70 minutes. Unbeatable and affordable rates for both scheduled or charter flights. Fly smart, fly safe, fly with David Pierce Aviation. Time-saving travel just got real. Step on board our Cessna 208 Grand Caravan and fly in comfort from Colombo to Jaffna in just 70 minutes. Unbeatable and affordable rates for both scheduled or charter flights. Fly smart, fly safe, fly with David Pierce Aviation. Time-saving travel just got real. Step on board our Cessna 208 Grand Caravan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the final session for the day. Appreciate if you could return back to the seats. Thank you.
Fly smart, fly safe, fly with David Pierce Aviation.
හරි නේද?
Mrs. Nihara Jayatilaka, Miss Jayani C. Senanayaka, Mrs. Angelina Marcus, Mr. Suresh Reza. Next panel discussion is up for you. Please come to the technical table to get your mic set up. Thank you.
Time-saving travel just got real. Step on board our Cessna 208 Grand Caravan and fly in comfort from Colombo to Jaffna in just 70 minutes. Unbeatable and affordable rates for both scheduled or charter flights. Fly smart, fly safe, fly with David Pierce Aviation.
one.
Test.
Time-saving travel just got real. Step on board our Cessna 208 Grand Caravan and fly in comfort from Colombo to Jeddah in just 70 minutes. Unbeatable and affordable rates for both scheduled and charter flights. Fly smart, fly safe, fly with Daily Beers Aviation.
මට කන් ඇහෙන්නේ. කන්නඩි දාන්න ඒකනේ.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin the final discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Krishanta Nimalaratna, Head of Civil Aviation Training at Sri Lanka Airport and Aviation Academy, to introduce the panel topic, that is Aviation Training for the Next Generation and Women Empowerment. Mr. Krishanta, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, distinguished guests, industry colleagues, Dev, and the Aviation Voice team. It's indeed an honor to join the forum as a representative of the Sri Lanka Airport and Aviation Academy and to share thoughts on preparing the next generation of aviation professionals. Aviation has always been more than just a model of transport. It's a backbone of global connectivity, trade, tourism, and cultural exchange. The demand for aviation professionals is growing at an unprecedented pace. Studied by major aviation bodies suggested that in the next 2 decades, the world will need hundreds of thousands of new pilots, engineers, cabin crew, and air traffic controllers. But preparation must go beyond the technical skills. Today's aviation professionals must be adaptable to rapid technological change, resilient in the face of global challenges, and committed to the cultural safety and professionalism. At the Academy, we believe that training must develop both competence and character, because the future of aviation rests not only on knowledge but also on decision making, leadership, and integrity. One of the challenges we face is that many young people are unaware of the range of career opportunities available in aviation. For many, pilots or cabin crew are the only visible roles. But in reality, aviation offers a vast spectrum of professionals. For aspiring pilots, the journey begins with aviation foundation courses, processing through private and commercial license, and eventually to airline command. For engineers, structured technical diplomas leads to specialized certification in aircraft maintenance and avionics. Cabin crew training combines service excellence with safety and cross-cultural awareness, preparing them for global roles. Air traffic control requires IQ compliant training followed by continuous upskilling. Ground operations include passengers handling, cargo, logistic, and airport management, all vital to safe and efficient air travel. At Sri Lanka Airport and Aviation Academy, we ensure these pathways are clearly defined. For example, our foundation of aviation management and leads directly to diploma and then to the recognized degrees at Massey and London Metropolitan Universities. This step-by-step model gives students clear confidence and international opportunities. And I would like to mention this is the first time with our director boards approved to go with the NGAP program to the rural villages and empower the school children in our villages. They approved the budget for that. This is the first time, I think, in our history. If we are to meet global demand, we cannot afford to ignore half of the world's talent pool, yet women remain significantly underrepresented in aviation. Less than 10% of pilots and less than 20% of licensed engineering worldwide are female. But in Sri Lanka, the air traffic controllers situation is changed. There are 79 male controllers and 52 female controllers at the moment. This must change. Women bring creativity, resilience, and new representative to technical and leadership roles. The barriers are not ability but awareness and opportunity. At Sri Lanka Airport and Aviation Academy, we actively encourage women to join programs in engineering, air traffic control, and management. We also believe in creating scholarships and mentorship opportunities, especially designed to attract more women into aviation. I am proud to say that Sri Lanka already has a shining example of women excelling in this field. By showcasing their achievement, we can encourage a new generation of young women to see aviation not as a male-dominant sector but as a profession where they truly belong. Aviation is a global nature, flight connected nations, culture and communities. Our workforce must reflect that diversity. Diversity and inclusion are not only ethical responsibilities but also operational strengths. A diverse team brings wider perspectives, better problem solving, and enhanced safety. Inclusion ensures that no talent is left behind, regardless gender, ethnicity, or social background. At our academy, we welcome students from across Sri Lanka and the region. We teach them not only technical skills but also cultural awareness, teamwork, and adaptability, because when they enter the global workforce, their value will be as important as technical knowledge. One of the most critical gaps we see is that many young people simply do not know aviation could be a career for them. Awareness is the first steps towards building a workforce. That's why we run programs like Aviation for Youngsters and Aviation for Teenagers, which introduce scholarships for school children to the world of aviation. We also organize firefighting awareness programs and take part public exhibitions like Techno Inco, where we engage thousands of students and families. This initiative plant the seeds of curiosity, that show young people that aviation is not an unreachable dream, but a real and exciting career path. Education does not end in the classroom. Internship, mentorship, and industry exposure are essential in being the gap between theory and practice. At Sri Lanka Airport and Aviation Academy, we work closely with the airlines, airports, and regulatory authorities to prove internship that gives students first-hand experience in live aviation environments. Mentorship from industry professionals help guide students, builds confidence and create network that will last throughout their careers. These connections also ensure that the industry has access to pool of well-prepared graduates who can immediately contribute to operations. Aviation is one of the most regulated industries in the world, and rightly so, because safety is non-negotiable. Training institutions must work hand in hand with regulators like ICAO, IATA, and our Civil Aviation Authority to ensure programs remain aligned with the global standards. Curricula must evolve in step with the international requirements. At Sri Lanka Airport and Aviation Academy, our ICAO certified training courses demonstrate this commitment. We ensure that when our graduates complete their training, they are not only qualified for local jobs but also for international careers. The aviation industry is undergoing a digital transformation and training must keep pace. Artificial intelligence can personalize learning, virtual reality can simulate complex scenarios, and augmented reality can bring aircraft systems to life and in a safe and cost-effective way. Online learning platforms make aviation education more accessible, particularly to those outside major cities. At our academy, we are gradually integrating these technologies, ensuring that our students are prepared not only for today's aviation industry, but also for the aviation of tomorrow. Allow me to return once more to the topic of women in aviation, because it deserves special attention. To meet future demand, we must inspire more women to pursue technical and leadership roles. This requires awareness at school level, target scholarships, and role models who prove that women can thrive in aviation. I am encouraged to see more women joining our management, ATC, and engineering programs at our academy. But there is more to be done. Through the regional and global collaboration, we can accelerate this movement and create a more balanced, inclusive workforce. In conclusion, the future of aviation depends on how well we prepare the next generation. That means building clear career pathways, promoting women diversity and inclusion, expanding awareness and outreach, providing real-world exposure, aligning with global standards, and embracing innovation and digital learning. At the Sri Lanka Airport and Aviation Academy, we are committed to this mission, not just for Sri Lanka, but as partner in a global aviation education. My message today is simple. The sky is tomorrow will remain open only if we invest in the people who will fly, manage, and safeguard them today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krishanta. We have come to the final session of Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025, and Mr. Ishara Gunawardana will continue the session 4 from here onwards. Mr. Ishara, over to you.
Next one. All right, thank you, Krishanta, for very nice introduction for this panel. This is going to be the last panel. I can see some of you have gone. So anyway, we'll continue. Now, this is aviation training for the next generation and women empowerment, which is very special discussion. Now, with this global pilot and crew shortages, we discussed this in the morning within 2 panels. And the Asia Pacific region, we have very big shortage of these pilots and crews, so we need to create them, we need to train people, and we need to provide them into the industry. So there are a lot of organizations, a lot of training organizations. Today also we invited a few organizations to represent this panel discussion. And let me to introduce our panelists today. I'm not going to take much time to introduce the panel discussion, the topic and all, because we are running out of time. First, let me to introduce Ms. Nihara Chaitilaka, Managing Director, Asian Aviation Center. Hi. And next, Ms. Jayani Senanayaka, Marketing and Business Development Manager, Sri Lankan Aviation College. And next, Ms. Angelina Marcus, Managing Director, Lanka Pacific Aviation Academy. And finally, only male representation in this panel. He's going to talk about women in aviation. Suresh Reza, CEO, MD, Aspire. Can I pronounce this correctly? Aspire Aviation College, because he wanted to correct it. So Aspire Aviation College.
Thank you so much.
No. Okay, as we did in the morning, 2 panels, 3 panels, we have 2 rounds. In the first round, I will ask for questions from them, and also you have a chance to ask another 2 questions from your side. And again, we are going for the second round, and then again, we have a chance to ask. This is going to be the final. I know you all are very hurried to go home. Anyway, this is also very important because we need to discuss about women. Women are typically different from others. You also can see because everyone refused to have this mic. Instead, they want one handheld one. Everyone except Suresh. You and me are same. So we need to empower them. All right. Now, anyway, the women are very important in this aviation industry. Now, there's a very big trend to introduce these women into the industry. So they have very good contribution in piloting, and of course, cabin crew, the majority is women, and also in the other industry parts like ATC and engineering. Even engineering, they have representation in women. So it is better to discuss, and still we need further empowerment of this part, or we need to encourage these women into the industry. It is very important. And also, these training organization, as I mentioned, they have a very big job to do this. All right, now, let me start from you, Nihara. Now, the aviation industry faces a critical challenge in attracting young talent, replacing an aging workforce. People like us, within another maybe 10 years' time maximum, we are retiring, and we need to acquire more young generation, especially women. Now, while simultaneously building awareness, it is very important. So we need a diverse aviation career opportunities for everyone. So we need to develop it. So anyway, this is my question. How Asian Aviation Center specifically targeting the next generation to build awareness and interest in aviation careers from an early age?
Yes. Good evening. Thank you for inviting me. I think I must thank Aviation Voice for this. Perhaps some of you may know, some of you may not know Aviation Aviation just celebrated its 40th anniversary. So we've been in the industry for 40 years, a little bit more than the Sri Lankan Aviation College. I think they are 35 years. So from 40 years, I think from about 20 years to 25 years ago, we started this holiday course programs where we open our hangar at Ratmalana to the small kids, ranging from ages 11 to 19. Because as someone said, most of the kids today don't realize the wide variety of career paths available in aviation. They think it's okay, aircraft engineer or pilot or maybe ATC. But they don't understand the availability and the demand that is there for other career paths. So in order to do that, what we have done is we get the small kids to come. So we have part 1 and 2 and 3. Part 1 is where we basically touch on what aviation is about, what flying is, the very basics of aviation. Then from there, part 2 is where we explain to them a little bit about the piloting, the engineering also, the hands-on engineering, the design concept, ATC, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So then there's part 3 as well. So apart from that, we of course we help schools to establish aero clubs and aviation clubs. We help sponsor seminars, and we also go to, as much as we have been even to Jaffna, opening up. And from Golmatra to Jaffna, we have done seminars. So that is how we like to create the interest and clearly set out the career paths available for the younger generation.
That is actually not a promotion from your side, but also it's a I mean, it's like a service to them.
It is a service. I mean, we just, sometimes we have as much as 130 kids coming from all over the country, because sometimes some of them have never seen an aircraft. Some of them don't know what it is. They come and they see the hangar and the aircraft and they're like, in awe of. So for a young kid, when they come at that age and they see this, it either makes them or breaks them, Either you see it and then you fall in love and this is your path. So that is one way of finding out what your aptitude is.
Yeah.
Is my aptitude towards flying, or is my aptitude towards engineering or design? So that way they know what paths they would like to go, and people who are not interested in aviation does not come for the second part. So we know part 2 are the more committed kids.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to introduce this one, because we can't say that everyone is coming to the aviation industry. As you said, there are people, they don't like to come to the industry. As my kids, even I am in the aviation, they don't like into aviation.
Yes, some of them
So
come
that
because
is-
their parents tell you to come, but we always tell them, look at this as your passion. If it's your passion, then it is not a job.
Yeah.
When your job is your passion, it's not a job.
Yeah.
So that's how it should be.
Yeah. So they can give their cream to the industry.
Exactly.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah, thank you. Then let's move to China, Sri Lankan Aviation College. Now, the young people today are drawn to a dynamic, technology-driven, yet many remain unaware of existing opportunities. Actually, as she said, people around Colombo, like from, let's say, Goal to maybe to Nigambu, we know. But when we are going to maybe Mana, maybe Jaffna, or other side like Anuradhapura, they don't know nothing about aviation. So now we need to give them education beyond the limitations and all. So now, this is my question now. As a women leader in aviation marketing development, how is SLAC inspiring young people, especially young women, to consider aviation as a viable and exciting career path?
Thank you, Shara, for that question. Before we get into inspiring young women, I want to speak a little bit about the demand that has been spoken about throughout this forum from the morning itself. So, according to the Boeing Pilot and Technician Outlook 2043, the aviation industry is going to need over 2.4 million aviation professionals within the next 20 years. So this is the demand that we are looking to fill. So we, Sri Lankan Aviation College, as the training arm of Sri Lankan Airlines and the National Career of Sri Lanka, we take the responsibility of equipping the future, the youth of the nation or the youth of the region, I would say, very, very seriously. So we work very closely with international accreditations. We are EASA certified. We work with Civil Aviation Authority of Sri Lanka. We work with Civil Aviation Authority of Maldives. So these are the accreditations that help the youngsters of the next generation to take up the arms to sort of go out into the industry and cater to the demand that is rising in the industry in the upcoming years. So, and Sri Lankan Aviation College, I must especially mention, is one of the very few places in the world, I would say, where the students get the opportunity to engage in practical training in a live airline, commercial airline environment. It is one of the very few places in the world. So what better way to empower the youth of I wouldn't say the nation, I would say the entire world, than to give them hands-on training in an actual practical environment, backed by instructors who are already working in the field. So these are professionals who are already employed in the airline, who are working as instructors. So up-to-date information, up-to-date accreditation. So these are the things that we are giving to empower the youth. So coming back to the topic of women empowerment, so SLSE believes in gender equality, whether it be males or females. So I think it would be a little insulting to treat another human being differently, whether favorably, whether adversely, due to just based on gender, disregarding all their skills, their special abilities, or their qualifications. So, having said that, the industry requires certain job roles, requires certain genders to be occupied. Now, if you take cabin crew, for example, all over the world, majority are females. A ground crew, majority are females. So yes, it is heavily female-oriented, I would say, aviation sector in that sense. But I would not deny the fact that fields like aircraft maintenance and piloting, they have had a bit of a challenge in women entering the field in the past. And we have seen this being part of an airline, we have seen this actively happening. But I am happy and proud to say that the situation is drastically changing. And we are having a number of female aircraft maintenance engineers, especially in the B1.1 sector, which is the mechanical sector, which has been the challenging sector for females to enter. So that is all and good, I would say, and the trend is increasing. So in terms of awareness programs, how we are going to entice these young people and young women to come into the industry. We work very closely with CASL to participate in the regional awareness programs, and we happily contribute whenever the situation asks for it. And we actively go out for events and exhibitions and school events, and we give them the opportunity to speak to us one-on-one, to make them understand that it is not an unreachable goal for somebody to become an aviation professional. Now, when we were small, the only options that were told to us is you can either become a doctor, engineer, or a lawyer. So those were the three options that were available to us. Now, did anybody tell me that I can be an aviation marketing professional? Nobody told me that. So if somebody had told me I could become a pilot, or I could become a cabin crew, or a ground handling professional, I would be very happy, and I would definitely take up that path. So this is what we aspire to do at the college, because it is a national and international duty to do so. So giving the students, not just local students, but international students, a platform to speak to us one-on-one is an opportunity that we grant throughout.
Yeah, as you said, being a government agency, you have a national responsibility as well, because you need to, this is public money actually. I'm not telling that you are wasting it, but still you have a responsibility to encourage these citizens of Sri Lanka to, let them to enter into the industry, especially women. Countries like Sri Lanka, with our culture and all, we need to encourage, because without encouraging, they never come into the industry.
Exactly.
Traditional things. You know now, when recruiting cabin crew, there are a lot of cultural issues. So anyway, thank you.
The stigma of, like you said, cabin crew, parents are very reluctant to send their children out, send their daughters, oh my gosh, you're becoming cabin crew. That is like such a no-no in the industry. But looking at the sheer number of applications that we are getting for the program these days, I think that's...
Thousands.
Thousands, yes, I would say 12,000, like thousands basically. So, but I would say that perception is gradually shifting and shifting for the better. And you are seeing 3 women in this forum, so there's no doubt about women leaders in aviation as well. So I would say situation is changing, things are looking up.
Yeah, thank you. So now let me to come to you, Angelina. Now you are well connected with the European aviation market, and there are excellent opportunities for career advancement and also professional growth, particularly for women seeking a break into aviation leadership roles. So briefly, I will ask this question now. How does European aviation focus help empower young Sri Lankan women to pursue international aviation careers, particularly in Europe?
Good evening, everyone. And I would like to thank Aviation Forum for Aviation Voice to take that initiative, which is very good. And then there's one platform we all can connect it. And regarding women in aviation, in 2015, I have started a small scale within our academy. Whoever coming to study, women because we are very much specialized in LAME, Licensed Aircraft Maintenance Engineering. We are working with third-party YASA system 12 years. So whoever coming to take modules to qualify them for YASA license holders, I have given them an opportunity to start a career within our academy as a trainee, train the trainer program. So we keep them in the office and we pay whatever the salary we could until I get an opportunity for them to getting into an airline or MRO. And we are not teaching only the young students. Many airliners, MRO technicians, mechanics used to come to us to qualify themselves to become licensed aircraft maintenance engineers. So I would, whenever I meet them, I ask them, why don't you employ a girl? And I think the last 30th of Saturday, we had a aviation career fair where I have invited Trans Maldivian. I would like to thank that gentleman, Ahmad Mujtaba. He's the first one has given an opportunity, okay, I will hire them. And every year, now he is hiring women from us and whoever qualifying. And it is not recommendation, they interview and they take initiative to give at least one slot for a girl. And I would like to play a small video what we have taken as initiative. Can I request? Yes.
Hi, I'm Zilanma Sirivardhana from Lanka Pacific Aviation and Engineering Academy, and I'm currently gaining my practical experience at Airworks India. Aviation has always been viewed as a male-dominated industry, but that's changing now. Being a woman in this field is honestly such a rewarding experience. Yes, there are going to be challenges along the way, but that's exactly what makes you stronger. The best part is, aviation needs more women, and there's a huge demand for skilled professionals. I'm so proud to be a part of the Women in Aviation program with LPA, and I invite young women to join this field and break barriers to shape the future.
So at this moment I have girls. We are not only from Sri Lanka, from African countries. We have expanded our wings to other countries, including India, around 5 locations, and Africa, Ghana, and we have opened up our center in Nairobi, Kenya as well. And for women, we have special scholarships to study with us, and there are, every batch we give one full scholarship for a girl to study. So this is how we do within ourselves. And you saw the video, the girl who studied with us, and now she is taking hands-on experience in YASA Part 145 organization, Airworks India, for up to 2 years. And once she has done, the globe is open for her to enter. Because YASA license need certain number of hours and certain number of tasks annually in her logbook to enter to the license. Now she is doing her licensing with logbook entry, and after completing, she is getting the license. Okay. And 98% of our women and the boys who does the direct entry to the internships are getting employed, where we made a formula. I think I would like to highlight what Dr. Namali was talking about, the industry requirement to empower women as well. Yeah. Because this formula is very important wherever, because I'm also a woman, I travel overseas a lot where I meet a lot of industry people. And most of the time, I may be the only woman sitting and talking. And it is embarrassing. You know, I was thinking why the women are not coming, and it's especially in executive levels. It is not, I think, 1%. I don't want to highlight the percentage or the numbers or the demand because it was discussed from the morning. And I wanted to come directly to the point. So we are focusing our, vision towards globe. Sri Lanka is a place, it's a beautiful place for foreigners to come and study. And our environment, our weather, our hospitality is good to foreigner to come. So we have tried this to invite foreign students to our country. Now, majority are foreign students. So we are contributing the country in a bigger way. And something I wanted to really highlight how our vision works with to making them for the global industry. Global market need a certain type of qualification to enter the industry of aircraft engineering. We are very specialized in that. So we have made a special formula, special structure to meet everything in one formula to enter to the international market. Is that fine?
Yeah. Now, as we discussed in this one with, let's say, China as well. Now in this part of the world, especially in Asia, a very low potential for women into the aviation industry. But Europe, of course, there is Europe and Americas, of course, there is a big potential to enter into the aviation by these women and all. So that is a different story.
Yes.
It's a cultural story, but anyway, we have to encourage them.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Then, gentlemen, it is your turn. Now, you both and you and me, we are going to talk about event. So this, I will go to the question directly now. How is Aspire College specifically engaging young people in aviation management education, and what initiatives do you have to encourage women to take leadership roles in aviation? You discussed with me this. Anyway, it is your turn.
Sure, certainly, and thank you for the platform, Dave and Aviation Voice. I'm excited and honored to be here. So basically, we at Aspire Aviation College, we established in 2008 under BOI agreement, especially for the talent development of aviation industry among Sri Lankan youth. So this is what BOI have approved us, and ever since we have been producing Sri Lankan talents, and they are well employable. So we do have a success formula in what we actually produce. We make sure that our graduates have the qualification which are demanded by global airports, aviation, and travel and tourism industry. We are specific about it. So that's number one. That's not enough, because when they go with the knowledge, there are thousands of people will be waiting for the job interview. Then we put one more tier of it, is the certification. So we make sure the knowledge is acquired, and also we make sure that is endorsed by an international certification. So we are actually a Pearson UK partner in Sri Lanka, and we are the only one in Sri Lanka. So this Pearson H&D in aviation is well sorted qualification in the Middle East. As we speak, 26 our alumni are in Qatar Airways, and one of them is like a duty manager managing 300 manpower at one time. So the third, that's not enough. So we do have qualification, certification, not enough. There are hundreds of people. For example, from 300, with these two, you shortlist to 100. So now, the top of the cream is how you can become 10% of that 100. That is a skill set. So we at Aspire College, we are very particular about giving this success formula, which is for employability, which is the skill set. So what is a skill set? It doesn't mean that one size fit all. It's different industries. For example, within aviation, It differs to airlines. It differs to airports. It differs to travel and tourism. So we make sure that this paradigm shift of, for example, the employability triangle is well maintained. So this becomes a success formula for our students, which actually, as I said, they get international jobs. And not to discriminate that, they do have local jobs as well. So in this way, we make sure that while they are traveling with us for 18 months, and end of the day, they are every day they are actually building their employability. Meaning to say that once they graduate, they don't pray for jobs. We make sure that they are invited for jobs. So this is the paradigm shift. So we make a lot of emphasis, and for example, aviation, airline, airports, airlines, travel and tourism is, of course, the Middle East is growing very rapidly, very rapidly. Of course, India, but that we have very much challenges to penetrate that market than the Middle East market. So we focus, students to produce, of course, that brings us, foreign revenue, in exchange revenue. So that's how we make sure that they are employable and they get employment. So our track record past 16 years of existence, 80% of our graduates are employed within 6 months of their graduation. So it's happening. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's very correct, yes. True. Okay, that's the last question in the first round, and now let me to open the floor to you all, audience. If you have any question, you can ask, or if you have any comment, you can make it now. No comment? No question? Yeah. Yes. Somebody can give a microphone to that gentleman over there. Can you give him a microphone? Yeah, I think there are two gentlemen.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Now I got my initial license from the Directorate of Department of Civil Aviation in Ceylon. After that, I took my European Union license from Scottish Aviation, and I was again given the AME license. After 40 years, I found the AME license had been now changed to AML license, that is the aircraft maintenance license. So I had a bit of a problem. Earlier, it was the AME, now it is AML. So I said, I don't want AML. I met a civil servant who was one time director of licensing. I don't want to mention the name here. He gave me the AME license. I'm still having the AME license. But I don't want to degrade my European Union license, which says AME, and I thought, why should I take AML? So I refused the AML. I refused my AML on last year, April. But I still have my European license, European Union license. That's what I want to mention here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comment. And another gentleman raised his hand.
Hello, I'm Sujivan Senaratna. I'm from Ceylon Aeronautical Services. And we do target technician for our in-house use as well as for the international opportunities. Actually, there are three ladies over here and the gentleman over there. Are you all making AMEs, right? How about technicians?
Yes.
What is the demand for the technicians in the World Forum? As you rightly pointed out in Boeing, what is the numbers that we are looking for the technicians? all AMEs can't, all technicians can't be AMEs or vice versa. So we need to focus on technicians as well, right? Because technicians are more in numbers. And we need to focus courses or training programs for technicians, where the CAS is conducting for structural training for technicians. And there are a lot of demand for that technical training. There are so much, about more than 500 to 600 technicians working overseas from CAS. So as Ms. Sampath previously pointed out, many MROs are coming to Sri Lanka to recruit technicians, not AMEs, right? The structural technical capability of a B1 technician is a value-added qualification for him. Anywhere in the world he is recognized and his job is secured. So it's a foreign currency earning to Sri Lanka. So I hope the forum can go for that and have a vision on grooming more technicians per year, at least maybe something like 1,500, 2,000 technicians per year. So that could be a very beneficial for the country as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sampath also pointed out this in the morning. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have any comment on this.
I would like to take over that question and try to find a solution. I think another 2030, 610,000 technicians we need worldwide. The shortage is not for AMEs, not that I will say yes, but the shortage is very high for licensed aircraft maintenance engineers. We have to make them immediate solution for that. Otherwise, at this moment even, every airlines and MROs are finding difficulties. The signing authority for the aircraft. This is the shortage. How to make the AME to technician level is not a rocket science, or it is not a roundabout way. Sending students around the management, then to the degrees, masters, is not necessary at this moment. It is a very straightforward formula. Either DGCA or YASA or FAA, we are very rare in this region, and they have to do some qualification, either diploma or higher diploma or degree, and while doing they have to pass all the CA authority modules. If they are going for CA license, if they are going for YASA license, they have to complete modules and collect the experience in the logbook annually to as per YASA, annually 200 days, minimum 2 tasks per day, 75% of ATA chapters. This is the requirement. And we see, weekly, I think in our career forum on 30th, there is one gentleman came with the qualification with full file, and he has printed out 25 applications. He is 26 years old, and he is issuing his resume to everyone looking for a job in the airline or MRO, where no one can accommodate him. I have put them into the direct interview as well, where the technicians need a precise requirement to become technicians, where we need to meet that.
Right.
If I may interject, I think most of our technicians, our students now, for a year we train up to a maximum of about 100 AMEs. Of course, they are not AMEs. When they, after 2 years, they pass out as technicians or trainee technicians. And most of our technicians do go to CAS, but these last 2 batches were immediately absorbed to all the foreign companies, foreign MROs, so much so that there is a severe dearth of trainee technicians at the moment. All the other flying schools are also asking us, can you pass out more? But I can't. I have to go through the 2 years. So the demand is that at the moment. So they do 2 years and they come out as trainee technicians. And they have to sit for all the 13 modules with civil aviation. And then they have to work for 2 years. And at the end of the 2 years, when their logbooks are full with the required practical experience only that they can pass off later as an engineer. So until that time, they will be termed as technicians. They are not AMEs, if that answers your question. But
yes.
That's the career path. That's the career part of AME, right? You have to work as a technician for over 2 years, and you have to log all the 150 or something chapters you have to cover, and then only you can apply for the license. That's understand. But there are still big demand for the technician. That's why I'm saying, like, even the local, I know local operators, they mostly employ OJTs, right, on the job trainees. That's kind of like, local operators can manage with that number, but the overseas demand, we can go for that overseas demand. So since you rightly said that you have more requests to make more, right? But where you can't. I don't know about the other two, like, you also can contribute to that.
We have a cap of 28 set out by the Civil Aviation Authority.
Yeah,
Yes,
it depends
compliance
on
need to be met.
Yeah, it depends on the.
But for the global market, we have to make sure the students are having English language competency. It is very important. And if they can't converse in English language, if can't take exams in English language, they are definitely not going to be hired by anyone in overseas. So it is all by interviews. The competency, skill and knowledge, these three should be up to the highest standard to hired by foreign market. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
If I may add to that, from a Sri Lankan Aviation College perspective, for us, it's very important for the students who do complete the EASA basic course in aircraft maintenance, the program, to have the license at the end of their program, right? So for us, the limitation is if they are not recruited by an airline at the end of their training, they can't complete those 2 years that is required for the license. So we have to always look at the industry and see whether the job opportunities are there. So we don't always promise job opportunities for these students who get out from the EASA course. So we train around 100 students per year who go out as aircraft maintenance technicians, and they are almost always recruited by Sri Lankan Airlines because the demand is there now. But there was a time that the demand was there, not there, and the students were stranded without being able to complete this OJT component. So that is what made us limit our student intake. And having said that, we are having massive demand for the program. There's so many applying, and we have to have a placement test and also an interview to make sure that this particular set of students who are coming in are the best, the cream of the cream who are applying. So whoever is taken in on a merit basis, and whoever passes gets the highest marks, who just comply to the number that we are absorbing that year, those are the ones who are going to be taken in for the program. So if somebody can guarantee us that they will take our students and give them the 2-year OJT, we are very happy to train more. So we are capable.
Yeah, that's actually a hurdle in this aviation training because we have very small industry. So like you all, you can give opportunities, but other training organizations, AAZ and other organizations, they have this issue. So they have no opportunity, so they have to, sometimes they have to agree with or go for an agreement with foreign airline, maybe in a foreign country. So that's a very big task or difficult thing. So that's all, I think. Okay, anyway, let me to go for the second round, Natalie. Now this is for you, Nihara. Now despite the progress in recent years, of course, we have seen that there's progress, the women are coming into the industry, but still now aviation remains a male-dominated industry. The majority is male. Now, particularly in technical and leadership roles, which limit the industry's potential for innovation and growth. So this is my question now. What specific strategies has AAZ implemented to break gender barriers and encourage more women to pursue aviation careers, especially in these traditional male-dominated areas?
I think mostly we must have a total shift in our mindset and mental attitudes, which is rather difficult in with our cultural taboos and things like that. But I think, as she said, that it's changing. For every batch of students in the AMEs, which is about 28 per batch that we get, we have seen an increase in the number of women, because also the fact that I think I am heading the organization, a woman heading the organization also helps. We make special trips to most of the female schools to promote the programs. And also we also have another program. We have a 27-year partnership with Kingston University of the UK, where we train aerospace engineers. Now that's a design engineering thing. And as Rehan met with one of our alumni, most of them are in extremely lucrative jobs, high jobs. And for that specifically, there are a lot of women coming in, because it's more on the design side. So for that we have no problem, because Kingston University is also very keen to promote women in the aviation sector and close the gender gap. But for the AMEs and pilots, we have seen an increase in the number of women coming in, and we have a student guild, so we promote most of the girls to take leadership positions in the guild. And actually they are the ones who spearhead most of the activities in the guild as well. So that's our part of promoting this.
Yeah, there's a
Still there is.
Yeah, very big limitation, or maybe some cultural issues.
Yes,
mainly.
that's why I said the mindset has to be changed, and that has to be done at the very grassroots levels.
You have big role to do this.
Yes, so that I think the authorities, or what you call the education system, has to.
Yeah, we have to
has
change
to
it.
get in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then, Jaini, this is again about the culture and all. Now, in the many South Asian cultures, families often have concerns about women entering into the aviation industry, as we correctly said in the previous question as well. Now, for cabin crew, of course, in Sri Lanka, probably parents are not like to allow them to go for this. So, now, what challenges do you face in attracting next generation to aviation, and how do you overcome resistance from families regarding women entering aviation careers? This is a big question.
Yes, well, a tricky question and a very good question.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, the stigma surrounding females entering aviation fields, and especially the parental perception of my daughter should not enter the aviation field. So that is gradually changing, I think, with the globalization and people having more access to media and things like that. I think that perception is gradually changing, and we are seeing it by the applications we are getting, and the South Asian community itself is very parent-centric. It's not what the student wants that the student does, right? So we make the opportunity to speak to the parents.
Yes.
The student might give the parents the idea, but we encourage the parent to come and speak to us.
We need to change the mindset of parents first.
Exactly. So we are essentially not marketing to the students, we are marketing to the parents instead.
Yeah, good strategy.
Yes, and that works eventually, because we've had students coming in. For example, we are having this partnership with Aviation Australia, where for the B1.1 program, where we do a portion of it here, and then we send the students abroad. So there's all these worries about the parents, our girls, will they be safe? And, this is a B1.1 program, which is a mechanical field, and is it suitable for a girl? So these are the parents, but we tell the student, when the student contacts us, is come with the parents.
Yeah.
So then we speak to the parents and we make them understand. Very doable. There's nothing that a woman can't do that a man can, and we do it better in saris and heels. So that's what we always tell the students. So And the stigma of, I wouldn't say the stigma, the perception of the lack of jobs. If I do, now this is aviation education is a vocational field. So you naturally expect a job to be there at the end of it. Especially this burden is heavy on us as the training arm of the national career. What people ask is the job guaranteed? We don't give such a guarantee. I'm pretty sure my colleagues in the forum don't have that problem quite as much as...
You can't do it.
Yeah, you do. Okay. So that's one of the biggest problems that are being asked from us. The problem, I think, has been created by the fact that, there is a particular set of requirements that the airlines or aviation entities look for when the students go out into the field. So how aviation college tackles that is for every single program. Now, say for example, cabin crew, for example, we have a set of criteria that the students need to fulfill before they come into the college in order for them to be employable. We check their BMI, we do interview, and we sometimes conduct written exams to make sure that their English is perfect. And we just check for all of the cabin crew criteria that you usually look for in the industry. And by ensuring all of that, the student comes in with the prerequisites of the industry. And then once the student comes in, we make sure that the student is equipped with the correct set of skills and the knowledge. And before the student goes out, we make sure that they're equipped with the right kind of grooming. Now, you asked about women empowerment. We give grooming for the students to ensure that they are the right fit when they go out into the industry. Grooming, interviewing skills, how to face an interview. All of these skills we teach the student, and we groom the student before we send them out to the industry. So that is how that particular problem has been addressed. And another issue that we encounter would be basically the fact that the lack of knowledge, I would say, lack of awareness of the prerequisites in the industry. Students, when they come in, they don't know what is expected of them when they go out into the industry. So our panel of instructors, or whoever that they come across in the college, these are people who are active professionals in the aviation field. They are working professionals, just like me, just like any other instructor in the panel. They are constantly updated on what is required from the field. And this kind of knowledge, I wouldn't say is readily out there. On a website, it would just say BMI so-and-so and height so-and-so. But there are certain soft qualities, that there are certain, I would say, untouchable, intangible qualities that you look for. So our instructors are basically always aware of these things to instruct the students. This is how you must fashion yourself. So they are molded in such a way that we put such products out there. And this is not just for the local students. We have a history of maybe like close to 4 decades of training, and this is just this is also for the industry out there. So we have attracted foreign students since throughout all these years, and with the COVID it has dropped slightly, but we are on the rise again. And even for those students, we make sure that we study the market, their job market, and when it comes to grooming, we study whatever the opportunities that is out there for them, and we groom them accordingly. So those are the challenges that I can see.
Okay, thank you very much. And that is the situation in this part of world, cultural issues and all. But when we focus on these European aviation markets, now they offer excellent opportunities for career advancement and professional growth, particularly for women seeking to break into the aviation leadership role. So they have a lot of opportunities and like that. Now, this is my question. Now, how does your European aviation focus help empowering young Sri Lankan women to pursue international aviation careers, particularly in Europe?
We do a program with our partner company, Fly and Aero, that is integrated skill worker program, where they study with us and they enter into Europe to get 5 to 6 months training there, where they will be given interviews with all most of the European companies, airliners and empowerers, to get employed. So that is a preparation we do, and we have just started that program to enter European market. easiest way is like when a student study their diploma and YASA, and most of them wanted to go for degree program into Europe, where they have another pathway to enter European market, but still they need the relevant experience to get employed. The countries Europe or Singapore or Australia, definitely they are looking for relevant experience and relevant qualification. And this is one of the program we recently started to send them to Italy, and then from there they are taking off, and we have sent few African students where they employed in airlines and their MROs, and then the next batch is getting ready to go.
Right, yes. All right, this is the last question for you, Suresh.
Sure.
In the second round, now aviation management education should be accessible to all talented individuals regardless of their maybe gender, maybe other backgrounds like socio-economic situations and all. So now what strategies do you employ to make aviation management education accessible and appealing to a diverse group, particularly young women from different socio-economic backgrounds, especially like countries like Sri Lanka?
Sure. Thank you for that question. And I let one part to the ladies of women empowerment. I think they are doing well. So I'll just pick up the rest of it. For example, like the aviation management. So I just want to make clear that aviation is a vast field, and as per Aviation College, we are focusing only on aviation management. So we don't touch avionics, we don't touch aircraft maintenance. So what we do is, like say, we are training for about 28 different carriers in the airport. So we cover airlines, airport, and travel and tourism. So so basically, like, the demand, more than the pilots and engineers, the aviation management professionals are huge, because 26 carriers, starting from passenger handling, cargo handling, airline ticketing, dangerous code, flight dispatchers, air traffic, not that much, only the introduction, because DG is here, so we don't touch that. So things like that. So it is equally demanded, more demand for that numbers. So we, as I clearly explained earlier, so we put the success formula in the curriculum, having right knowledge, certification, and skill set. So we keep upgrading the skill set. So it's probably like, what the skills in demand today will be, changed tomorrow. So it's like very agile there. So we maintain that emphasis to make sure our graduates are employable. That we are very particular about. That's one. Number two is, as I said, like, I don't touch the women empowerment, but we make emphasis to recruit more, female students, and we are doing equally good. So now we have a cohort about 100 plus, and then probably about 30 to 40% are ladies, but probably they may go into the travel and tourism industry, because since we cover the 3 areas.
Yeah. So basically, that means you have taken steps to, or you have strategies to attract these women into the industries, management.
Nothing in particular, but as a matter of policy, we work with a lot of women chambers. So we do a lot of awareness programs, and the madams discussed, there have been a cultural stigma we have in the country. So we have to overcome all those, but I think it's changing. As I agree with them that it's changing, and more women are coming forward to take up aviation carriers. And even I read at ICAO's statistics is women leadership is less than 25%. So it's changing. I would say it's changing, and probably collectively we have to make more efforts to bring them into the aviation industry.
Yeah, that means you have experience that they are coming into the industry.
Correct.
Yeah, even without marketing. So there's
yes,
a trend. There's
marketing
a trend.
is one, but even before we can do the marketing, the stigma has to be broken.
Yeah.
But I think it's changing.
Yeah, actually it's a collective thing now. So everyone, you all these training organizations, you have to do this, and the marketing, maybe individual marketing, but if you can do the same thing, then definitely you can break this barrier, cultural barrier and all. Finally, you can attract these women into the industry. And as in the morning Sampath said very correctly, so we can make people, that is actually the resource we can make. HR is the most attractive and most demanding thing in the future. Okay, right. Thank you very much. So it is your turn now. Again, you can ask questions if you have anything, comment or maybe question. Yes, Roshan. If somebody can give you a mic.
Right, my first part would be a comment. Sujivan asked a very relevant question. I think the angle that was received wasn't very clear, I guess. So in CAS situation, it's a structures company, and I don't think any of those training actually addresses structures. So that may be something that you need to look into in the future. I know in a standard EASA setting, structures is not separately looked at, but it does have an appetite for that one. So what he means is, if somebody was to do a B1.1 training and they come and do an OJT, it just gives you engineers, but it doesn't leave any people for structures. I hope that's what you were meaning, Sujivan, so that should be addressed. And also I would like to comment on the fact that being tested and proven in the system myself, like if you were to do a B1.1 training, like you rightly mentioned, the process is as such where you become a technician for a certain period of time and you get a license, but career guidance is very important. The reason why I say that is because people think just because you get a license, you're ready to sign off an aircraft. Think of all of you, if you had a driving license in hand the next day, are you ready to drive a car? No, you would still have that elbowed and driving around in the corners, and the very same way, just because you have a license doesn't mean you're a licensed engineer and you can sign off on the plane. You still would work as a technician, and then you need to get a type rating, and your quality manager needs to be very confident about the work you do, and you have to give a company authorization. So that guidance, I think, from technical training schools has to be very, very important in order to make sure, because there's a lot of students who come for mentorships, and I always tell them, think of yourself as a doctor. Just because you've done a 6-year course and came out of school doesn't mean you can write a prescription. That involves a lot more training. So that's my comment part of it. My question part of it is, it's going to go for both Sri Lankan Airlines as well as Lanka Pacific. Now, you got your EASA manuals. And if I were to look at all your manuals, it's the same EASA guidelines. And if I were to keep side by side the CASL guidelines, it's going to be the same guidelines. And I hope you all agree with it. How does Sri Lanka Civil Aviation accept this training in terms of EASA?
Can I take over? Yes. Well said. And I think DG is there. It's a lot of conflicts going on with Lanka Pacific because we deviate from CASL program, and we have formulated our own program which align with EASA and practical experience. We have mandatorily made it composite repair and structural repair. It is there with us, and we have a small workshop, and we strongly rather than say encourage, we strongly recommend, and we made it mandatory to go and take experience with CS. This is the agreement we have, and it is important because when we meet the airliners and MRO, not only B1.1, for your information, we had like Jaramco came for the interview, and they have done trade test. And they were telling it's not only B1.1, B2 also need little bit of structural experience. And it's a wonderful facility, and the hand skills, I think those who have done those experience with B1.1 plus EASA, all of my students are employed in European sector, in Malta, in Italy, in Germany, and it is very well said you. This is structural is very important. The hand skill, because always you are the industry people. B1.1, when there is a structural repair requirement, he has to call for the structural technician. But that's not the case right now. B1.1 should have the structural knowledge and the composite knowledge, either line or base. So we have made it mandatory for 3-year program. So after 3 years only we issue the certificate. And then the licensing part, career, yes. Career guidance we do, and we definitely give them the exact career guidance with licensing, but there are sometimes regulations. EASA come up with new regulation, new syllabus, everything is we need to update and we have to adhere. And also some European countries temporarily suspend the license and sometimes they don't accept the out of Europe experience, and then we have to select the exact compliance authority to apply the license, and then how it happens. And then again, SOGT, structural OGT, no one has touched that part. SOGT at this moment, it is to be done in Europe and get all 75% of structural OJT in Europe to endorse the license. So these career guidance, we are full aware, fully knowledgeable, because one of my business partners is advisory board member in YASA, and we give career guidance for them. We make sure that they are getting into the licensing. Thank you.
Yeah, Jenny, you also have a part to answer.
Yes, so our relationship with CASL is a little different, and I would say it's very cordial because of the fact that most of the students who pass out from us are recruited by Sri Lankan Airlines. So licensing is required. So we work very closely with CASL to make sure that we are on the same page in terms of basically everything. And also in terms of career guidance, also I believe that it is part of their career, part of their OJT. So they are constantly guided on where to go and what to do. So it's a bit more straightforward with us for students who do the program with us in the guidance and also working with CSL as well. So, yeah.
Can I add a little bit to that? So my problem here is that, let's say a pilot, if a pilot comes out of pilot school, he doesn't have to go through the flight training again for him to be qualified in Sri Lanka. But unfortunately, I know I raised the same point back this morning, but I would like to have this concluded at some point, that despite Sri Lankan Airlines and Lanka Pacific being EASA approved, there needs to be an avenue where Sri Lankan engineers doesn't have to repeat all the exams back again and prove experience back again for them to qualify as a license. I don't expect an answer. I'm just saying this for the sake of reporting.
That should go to DG. To convert the license, EASA license into, now for example, Australia and Singapore and those countries do.
Yeah, you answered in the morning.
That is
same
DG,
question you
not
asked. Yeah, similar question. All right. If you have no question, then yes.
These lofty targets the international aviation authorities have, we need to get the women involved. Otherwise, we won't be able to meet these targets, right? So what I'm suggesting is what strategies you have to get ladies to follow all these courses. Can you give scholarships or incentives or discounts? Is that possible from your point of view?
Take that question first. Actually, we are looking at a scholarship scheme. It's not just for females. Now, there was this question raised whether we are, because of the sheer price of the programs, it's not cheap. So are we missing out on a segment of audience who have that mental capacity or the intellect, but do not have the financial capacity to afford an aircraft maintenance education, maybe a piloting education? So we are constantly having this conversation. So we are looking at providing a few scholarships per year for people who cannot afford, basically. And we already have a placement exam in place. So we do have discussions going around that. So it can be male, it can be female. And if we are yet to look into whether we need more female representation, what is their willingness to come into the field, because what we have unfortunately observed is more females tend to go for the B2 stream. More males tend to go for the B1.1 stream due to the practicality of the job role involved, is what we believe. So that is the industry insight that we are having. So having analyzed all of that, we have a lot more analysis to do. We are looking at a scholarship scheme, not just to attract more females, but also to attract the marginalized section of Sri Lanka specifically, because as a national career, we have a duty towards the general public. So yes, we are looking at that.
If I may interject. We have a scholarship going on at the moment, not for AMEs or the pilots, because right now the costs are so much that we cannot afford to offer scholarships. But for, as I mentioned, the Kingston University program, the BSc in Aerospace Engineering, which is a 3-year program, which we do 2 years here, and the final year they go to London. So we offer almost up to 90% of a scholarship for the students if they do get a certain score on their A-level results. As I mentioned earlier, this is one of the programs that most of the females tend to come into. So that way we have seen a bigger cohort coming in and more, actually more, I won't say more, but a significant number of females do get the scholarships. But we can't distinguish and say 4 females and males, then it will be gender bias. You have to be careful.
So, Suresh, this is actually out of the record, as DG suggested, if these organizations, including you, if you are going to give a chance to women, so it's a discrimination.
True. But what I feel is the bringing women into the aviation is not beyond financial reasons, actually. We could offer scholarships, that's okay. But are the women encouraged to come into this field? That's the stigma.
Yeah. So otherwise,
it's awareness.
It's awareness.
Yes. Yeah.
Because now for B1.1, it is more mechanical.
Yeah.
So we encourage the girls to come for B2. They don't know that this is, they can sit in one place and work. So these things we need to talk to them, and I would like to invite all the training organization, because we see the drastical decline of coming to this field. Instead, they choose AI and other things, whereas job security is high in this field. So I think you're also doing some works in schools.
Yeah.
We must get together and work towards to meet the requirement in future.
Yeah.
It should be a collective interest and work.
Yeah, collective.
We can't work individually.
Yes, we need to have a collaboration, actually. Yes.
Another observation that interesting insight that we found out while we were just going about doing our business. We did a survey, and among potential students of the industry, what we found is basically students, regardless of gender, are intimidated to approach. They think that they can't get into aviation. And they think that it is something unreachable for them. So that is the general perception that we have found out through a survey that we've done. So my personal opinion is now tech-related, internet usage and all of that, it's traditionally seen as females are a little bit more tech-shy and males are more, searching on the web and all of that. So I think, like she very rightly mentioned, it's a lack of awareness, and they don't know who to approach. They don't know who to talk to if they want to get into aviation, and they don't know if it is approachable for them at all. So I think the female lack of enthusiasm in aviation is also due to that awareness to media and access to media and things like that. So we can definitely address that.
Yeah. No, this is actually...
I will definitely endorse what she says. Even after 40 years, there are people in not far from Colombo who are not aware that you can do a pilot training in Sri Lanka.
Yes.
So this is, we do so much of advertising, Sri Lankan is there, all that. But I don't know how we breach, how we are supposed to breach that gap.
Yeah. So, yeah. Okay, very interesting, actually. We can talk, we can discuss until the dawn. But anyway, Dev is appearing here and giving some signals. We need to wind up. Okay, luckily, hotel has no event today in this blue. So anyway, so let me to wind up and let me to summarize today's this last panel. Now, our panel has highlighted the critical importance of human capital development in aviation. And if I summarize this, these are the key insights. Now, next generation workforce, the urgent need to prepare young professionals for an
evolve in industry through technology enhanced training and diverse career pathways, and also women empowerment is also very important and significant untapped potential of women in aviation, and the importance of targeted initiatives to encourage participation across all industry sectors. So everyone emphasized that awareness is very important to attract these women into the industry. And also technology integration, the role of AI, digital learning, and modern training methodologies in preparing students for tomorrow's aviation industry, that is also very important, and we emphasize this. And also industry collaboration. Finally, we need to have a collaboration among all these organizations, regulatory side, airlines, and also training organizations. Then only we can attract people, attract women and all. So that's the end of this session, panel, and it is very important, very interesting actually. Thank you for the Aviation Voice, first ever Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025. We are going to wind up these panel discussions, and all this is the last discussion. So thank you very much for your importance, insights,
Pleasure.
and inputs for the industry. Definitely DG also can take these insights into his consideration, and definitely he will give some support. I think, and also all the audience, these industry partners, you also have a responsibility to support this. All right, thank you very much, and let me wind up, and if you can give a very big round of applause to this research personnel, and let me go for the photo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panel. Please remain on stage for the photograph. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Rehan Maniappa, Director General of Civil Aviation Authority, to address the gathering. Mr. Rehan, over to you.
Thank you very much. I am sure everyone wants to go home, but I thought I would say some words. Thank you very much for remaining till the end. The most interested are still here, I think. Most interested about the industry, about the future of Sri Lanka, about aviation is present here. We had a bigger crowd. Of course, they had other commitments, but all of you are here. So I'd like to thank Dave and his team, Aviation Voice, the volunteers, everyone involved. It's not easy to organize an event like this. I know how tough it is. And our esteemed guests from Halldale, thank you for gracing this occasion and sponsoring and providing this platform for us to discuss about aviation. I think everyone is passionate about aviation. That's why we are here. All the other sponsors, I don't know who the sponsors are, but definitely an event of this magnitude is not possible without sponsors. So thank you very much. What we can say, I got some interesting. Actually, my wife sends me quotations from time to time to give me little messages. So once she sent me this harsh truth: people who need motivation aren't serious. Harsh truth: people who need motivation aren't serious. So if you need if you need to be motivated by other people, you're not that serious about what you're doing. Okay, so that's something which we have to take home. If you are not to do something, you need to be really motivated. If you're not motivated, that means you're not serious about what you're doing. So I like to tell Dev that he's serious about what he was doing, and because of that, he on his own, with himself, motivating himself, and maybe a few people helping him out, has done this. So he's serious and he's motivated. Shall we give him a round of applause? So from what I want is your support. We need to develop this industry. The industry has gone through a lot, ups and downs, 30 years, war, COVID, then these attacks and all. So it has been going up and down. Some have survived for a long time, like Nishara, 40 years. 40 years is a long time. She survived all that. And we survived, we lived through it. So we are here. So it's time for us to do something great. If you all get together, put our resources, efforts, helping each other, then we can build this ecosystem that we all talked about. We need to think about aviation as an ecosystem, not a sector or an industry. It's an ecosystem where everybody coexists and supports each other to develop. Because if all of us go up, only we can be competitive at the world stage. And that's my wish for all of us. So let's collaborate and build this ecosystem to take Sri Lanka to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rehan, for that beautiful message. So, ladies and gentlemen, after a very insightful and a successful forum, I would like to thank you all once again and wishing you a blessed evening, and hoping to see you all in Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2016. Thank you so much.